And we're live. I think. Are we live?
Yay!
Can you confirm that we're live on YouTube, Scott?
I am live in your stream lab. I can look on you on the
I
YouTubes.
know we're live. Oh, I just got a notification on my phone that my
Yeah,
channel's live.
I'm waiting to get a notification that yep, we're live.
I actually don't know. I'm using my phone here, so I don't usually host these using my phone, so I actually don't even know how to see if there's comments and stuff. Or if there are comments. Oh, now we can see. Bobbles and ball cards. What's up,
Yeah.
Bobbles?
Well, Bobbles actually me and Bobbles.
I feel like in the past, like a long while ago, it didn't necessarily show like who was making the comments,
right.
but it might have been a little glitch.
Well, me
Anyway,
and Bobbles
live
are
hobby
on tomorrow
hangout.
night.
I'm Mike O. I'm with Big Scott 35. Happy to have some others on. Won't be on forever, but wanted to just hang out for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't become like a 4-hour conversation, which has happened in the past. Not that I don't, love chatting, but got a lot of stuff to do. What's up, Will?
I will. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me. Me and Bobbles is on my Let's Talk tomorrow. So we did a conversation last night. We recorded it. Yeah.
Let's Talk with Big Scott 35 and special guest, Bobbles and Ball Cards.
That's right.
What's up, Don? JR.
Hey, there's Ray.
Ray from Philly. Ray's upset. I just was in a group chat with Ray. Like many of us, he's waiting a year on his cards, and he's seeing Wander Franco's pop from PSA that came out 5 days ago and selling for $610.
Well, I saw one today. Was it 7:30? I was just looking at Bobble's Facebook page. How did they do? Would they take it in there themselves and they paid the $1,500 right there or whatever?
Maybe that or you do the 1-day service. But even if you did the 1-day service, right, it's gonna. I mean, I guess theoretically you could do overnight shipping. They get it and process it, grade it, and they overnight it back to you. But that would be so expensive. You would lose money. So
right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Bobbles wants to know what was your best auto in the 3 cases.
Best auto. So I was talking about it a little bit during my live sale stream. I actually forgot. I did in the 3rd case. I pulled a Jorge Soler World Series autograph. They're numbered to 50. I mean, Soler obviously had an incredible World Series, a great postseason run, but he's not the biggest name, specifically hobby-wise. But that's like a $120 card, $150 card. I mean, that's the type of card, like if I were a Braves fan, like those things are awesome. Tough to find that kind of stuff for the Phillies back in 08 that next year. But, I mean, that one's solid. Probably I got a Lou Bob Reverence auto, which is a little patch. It's numbered to 5. Those are usually numbered to 5 and 10. That's the first one I ever pulled. I did buy a Harper a few years ago at the Philly show, but that one, I don't really know what that goes for. Someone had one listed for like $1,200, which is outrageous. You're not going to get that, but that's probably like a $300 card. It's a really tough pull. So that one's probably the best. No Wanders, no like big Hall of Famers. So, but it was fun to rip. I mean, you get some low level autos too, and like the baseball
got the case
ones,
of the history yesterday.
I'm not a huge fan of. Like they're just kind of They really look like low end cards.
Oh, really?
The 87s are cool though. I like them.
Yeah, the 87s, but they've done them so much, like at archives and other things. Like,
yeah, it's not.
I was like, I'm looking forward to
next
it.
Year, I want them to make 88 because they never make 88, and like that's one of the first sets I tried putting together on my own. And like the year after that, like if they do 89, I'll be all in on that. But
see, I really like the 86 when they did the last year because of the 2-tone colors. And when they did the color stuff, like with, with the chrome or the silver packs, they really looked good. I don't know if Dave, the new I'm in between
Dave.
two Hall of Famers. What?
What's up?
I'm not worthy.
I forgot. I saw the little notification. I was like, oh, there's a guest waiting.
Congratulations, Dave.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well deserved, brother.
Yeah,
Well
we're
deserved.
proud of you, Dave.
About time.
The no, but the cool thing about like the retro autos and the Topps products is that they're generally on card.
Right.
So I got Kyle Lewis in that, but it was a redemption. I got McCutcheon, which is a redemption, which I really want to keep, but like I made it available because I would sell it just because
I was
trying to
shocked
get back that money. But
Yeah.
it's like, and like the Luke Williams as well.
I was shocked when I saw the Luke Williams. I was like, he's got to get rid of something. But
I actually rather keep the Luke Williams in a way, only because I don't have him and I have a few McCutcheon autos. But at the same time, I'm like, which one do I have a better chance of buying really cheap in a year or two? And probably Luke Williams. So
right.
So what are y'all talking about? I mean, I kind of got a little bit of it. Breaking tops.
we're just talking a little bit about the new Topps product, just baseball in general, randomly the hobby. Just I don't know. Just felt like chatting. Will, do they get a new CBA done by February 28th? I don't know. I'm feeling optimistic, so I'll say yes. That's not based on anything other than, hoping they're not dopes on both sides, but they are dopes on both sides. Otherwise, they'd have a deal done by now, so who knows?
Well, they keep making a big deal out of them meeting for only 15 minutes, but you got to remember they've already got both sides. They're coming in with what they're coming in with today to answer to what was yesterday. So they might only meet for 15 minutes, and cuss each other for a minute and leave. And then the next proposal's the next day. But
Jesus, Bobble's got a Trout and Wander.
Yes.
Redemptions.
And got a Wander auto.
Bobbles, you want to trade cases now that we opened them?
You got to send the case to his wife and let her open it. That's who's opening it.
I do have 4 hobby boxes still coming in too. So we'll see.
He hit I know this for a fact. He hit a Pete Alonso home team as well.
Jeez, man. I didn't
I know where that's going. I know where that Pete's going.
I definitely want to at some point grab the Harper from that set. That's a cool looking set. I did hear someone on something social media like they're ripping off Panini. I'm like, dude, I mean, they share back and forth. There's a laundry list of things that Panini has ripped off from anybody and everybody who's ever produced sports cards.
Who had Prism first?
Yeah.
They just spell it with a Z instead of an S. Right? Did Topps have Prism with an S?
So
if it works for one, everybody's going to have it. So that's part of the game.
Will, I didn't get any of the home team advantages. They're 1 in 280 packs in jumbos, and 3 cases of jumbo is only 160 packs. So did not hit any super short prints, no ultra short prints, just regular SPs.
So is that because the packs are so thick in the jumbo? Is that why it's so harder to get in the jumbo than it is to regular hobby?
Well, I don't know what the odds are for the hobby packs. I didn't look at them. You do get 24 packs in a hobby box, and I'm guessing there's more hobby boxes in a case. I can't remember what the configuration is, but
yeah,
they're not case hits. They're actually harder than case hits. Well, 1 per case in hobby, okay, but not in jumbo. Jumbo, you get the gold foils, which if you hit like a Wander Franco, that's a huge card. But if you hit just JD Martinez, it's not. It's not a huge card. What do you think, Dave? You like 2022 Topps? You see the design yet?
I mean, I've only watched your break. That's all I've really seen of it. It's not bad looking. I mean, it's just a regular Topps base set. So
I like that the borders are back.
I did like the inserts, those diamond.
Oh yeah,
inserts.
those are nice.
Yeah.
I think you can get autos of them too. I think they're pretty tough, but
I think they really came back strong this year. They listened to the community. You can read the names. That was sucked last year with the names. And, with the inserts, they really killed it with the inserts this year.
Yeah,
But, because it's so hard to hit them, man, they did print. We might be seeing series one for a while.
You saw the stack of gold parallels I had. It wasn't a lot.
No, and you showed out of 3 cases, how many color parallels did you hit? Like 6, maybe?
Not much. I mean, I might have sold a couple, so this isn't
okay,
all of them, but I showed off a few, and
right.
Vintage stock, I think I got 2 and 3 cases.
Right.
It was Spencer Howard, Philly's finest, and Freddie Freeman. And I might have had like another 2 green. I don't think I had any other colors. I might have hit, I'm trying to think if I had a blue or not. I had a couple blacks. I think I hit 3 blacks, 1 per case. So they're definitely tough. But back to Dave's point about like the look of them. I think like the white borders to me makes the rainbow foils look better. It makes the gold foils look better. It makes the color parallels look better. And then once you get the chrome version, the refractors, colors, like they're going to look better. Granted, it's going to be impossible. It's probably be 1 refractor per case with the amount of tops chrome they'll make this year. But
I just know that every year I bust a chrome at the National, and it's always disappointing.
Yeah, it's always the hype of it being there. The price went up every year. The number of hits got smaller.
Yeah, I think let me see. The last time I opened it, I didn't open last year. It was just too expensive.
2018 in Cleveland, I remember opening some because I looked back on my video at some point. And I was like, oh shit, some of those cards I graded are big cards now. And you're just like, whatever. It's an Acuna rookie, cool. I think I had a Bueller auto.
I think I had that Patrick. Who's the guy for the Angels? Birdwell or something? We saw the Angels. Were like, yes,
Blackwell or something.
Yeah,
the teaser card.
Yeah. Well, I remember I opened up. I pulled Ohtani the first pack, and then Torres in the second pack, and I'm like, this is gonna be a good box. And then it definitely went downhill from there.
Right. Downhill. It's better to hit it in the last, right? Like where you're mad and you're at least walk away happy. Like getting a birdie on the 18th hole. If you get on the first one and bogey the rest, it's a bad day.
I don't know. I think I'd rather bust Ginter at the National. I'm going to bust a chrome. I was doing pretty well there.
2022 National, Atlantic City.
That's right. Have y'all got y'all spot yet? Or
by the time you fly there, by the time you travel there, by the time you pay for your room, you'd be lucky to be able to open a box of 1991 Fleer.
Hey, I know we opened 92 Fleer last year. Right?
Yeah, and I know the big hits.
You showed off. What was that? Bo Jackson that you got slabbed by CSG
and
Tomei video,
and the Tomei rookie. Yeah, the Tomei was a 9.5, I think.
I mean, that's what you had to resort to last year. What else were we gonna break?
Yep, we had a good time.
If you wanted to eat anything else on that trip, you had to break, some 92 Fleer.
That's right. What it was that and 91 tops, I think. I forget.
Yeah, so second year Tomei. Yeah.
Yeah.
92. Well, I don't remember.
I got it right here somewhere. I can probably find it, but I haven't. Actually, I put it in your sale too. Just FYI, CSG is getting a lot quicker. It took them only 2.5 months to get this 50 card bulk done. So they actually, the day they got it, they had it posted the next day and took almost 2.5 months. So they're getting quicker.
I think my membership runs out with them in the next 2-3 weeks. So I would love to send a 50 card submission off. It's just a matter of, am I going to have time to find 50 cards to send them?
Right. I mind automatic renewed because I think it renews it's only $20 or something. So
I'm going to do, I'm working on a SGC order now. I got a couple cards from Ed. Dave's got some on the way. I think I have a few from someone else.
Yeah, I did find. I did remember 2. I did send 10 because I forgot about 2 other cards. from the list I gave you. So
Yeah, you got any from me on that one, or is that one it's gone now?
No.
Okay, I can't remember.
Whatever you had in your last one's already there.
Okay.
They have.
I know I got stuff with JT too.
So I don't know. The clock's ticking on that one. Probably 2-3 weeks, unless they get hit with 500,000 Wander Francos and get set behind. Then maybe we'll be waiting.
Oh,
hopefully I got it in just in time.
Don did it the smart way. He got an Airbnb with 6 other YouTubers. So
yeah, I'm already thinking I booked my flight. But that's all I've booked so far.
I honestly haven't thought about it as much as I should because I've been distracted. But
tell you, man,
been looking into some things. Most likely going the house route because the hotels are they're a joke. Right around the, ideally. So the best thing about Chicago, other than the fact that unless you're right there, like you have to do the travel, but that's what everyone has to do. So you can't complain about it.
Right.
But it's the best setup. Like it legitimately is. You fly in, you get to the hotel very easily. From the hotel, you walk back and forth to the show. You can go get something to eat pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
I wish there were a few more selections around there and you didn't have to take, transportation out, but you kind of have to.
But they just get you with
but it's so easy
casinos.
to get together. And the problem with AC is the hotels, there's plenty right around there, but they're like some of them are $300, $400, $500 a night, which if you're doing a night or two, I guess you could find a way. But like, if you're doing 3-4 nights, forget it. And then some of the other hotels just get a little further away. And I haven't been AC in a couple years. God, you start to forget the last 2-3 years how crazy they've been. Like you suddenly realize, like, oh, I've barely done these things that you used to do every other year,
right?
And now all of a sudden it's become like 4 years, maybe. You don't really want to be walking on that boardwalk too late at night, specifically by yourself, too far. I can just put it that way.
Right.
Some things have changed, but I'm guessing not. Same thing with like some of the surrounding neighborhoods. It's not ideal, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. So, that makes everything more complicated.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of motels. You can probably get some motels dirt cheap, but do you want to keep your cards that you're purchasing at the National, or do you want to have money to spend at the National? Might not be the best places to stay.
Yeah.
So, I think the best move is to get together with a group of people and either stay in the same place or Airbnb or whatever. So
yeah, I'm staying with Bobbles, so in a house. So there's 10 of us. He offered, price was right, so better than Chicago. So
yeah, so hopefully we'll get something booked up here soon, and just house will be good because even if the get-togethers aren't as great as they were the last 2 years, 6-7 people in a house,
right?
It's another get-together anyway. We're just doing
make a get-together,
hanging out, talking about cards. So
it's going to be a good time regardless.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, that's
maybe a couple beers in between some of those talks, but
every year the National too is so exhausting. Like the Chicago ones, you like go out there, and even though you can walk from the show to the room, you would think like, oh, I could walk up and take a nap for a half hour. Like to me, once I'm in the show, I'm just like, I got to get around. And of course you talk and you burn a lot of time hanging out with people, which is fine because that's one of the great parts of it. But it's like, next thing you know, you're like, oh, I've been in this show for 8 hours. It's over. Never took a rest, never bothered to eat or anything like that. Right. And then you go back and you sit down for 10 minutes. You're like, all right, first meetup's going. Let's go there. Or, trade night or whatever. And then you go to the next hangout and go out to eat, whatever. Next thing you know, it's 3 a.m. You go to bed. You're like, all right, well, it's 7 a.m. It's time to get up and go back to the show.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, that because it's so spread out this time, will it be like it was in Chicago where the impromptu trade nights just burst out everywhere and in the hotel lobbies? So I'm just kind of wondering. And is Atlantic City, like the hotel's going to allow that, the security? So
There's plenty of places in there for people to figure out where to hang out at. I mean, I don't see people setting up tables like last year, bringing their own stuff into the casinos. But from what I remember last time, there's plenty of room, especially between like Caesars and Bally's or whatever it's called. And there's a big area in between them both. There's plenty of room for people to just be hanging out and doing whatever.
Yeah, I've been there, but not for nothing like this. I've gone for, boys' weekends and stuff like that. But, for, bachelor parties and whatnot, or just to go up and raise a little hell and come back. So.
Blackjack 2020. I opened 3 jumbo cases of top. So yes, I have.
Jesus.
I've got a team set and about 15 backups.
You can pick all the best
sinners. A bunch today. I have to actually go through and grab them all and actually physically put them in the sheet. So I look forward to that.
Yeah,
but I'm happy with it. Philly's got good representation. Last year they only had like 8 cards in Series 1. This year, I think with the leaders they have like 15 or something. So good looking cards.
They had guys on the leaders cards.
They did. I think. Well, Zach Wheeler led the league in strikeouts, and then Harper was 3rd in average. So yes, they did.
Just had to throw that up.
I do remember back in 95, maybe 95 or 96, one of those years they were horrific. And I remember they traded Dave Hollins, who was a member of the 93 Phillies. They traded him in July 15th or something. And I think going into September, he was still leading the team in home runs with 12. And then finally I think the team leader finished the year with 14 home runs. That's how different of a game / how bad that team was back then.
Turner, Soto, Harper, is that the leader card?
Wow. That's the batting average leaders. 1 national and 2 former nationals.
Right. That is pretty cool. Soon to be 3 old nationals. Soto turning down a lot of money. said no to $350 million.
Who needs it?
Yeah, I want 351.
I can't remember what Trout got. I really forget what his contract was. Probably 400. I forget.
I don't know, but they said it's $10 million more than Tatis with 1 less year or something like that. So it's way more than Tatis. And Boris said no. Well, I
mean, it's one of those things. If he became a free agent today, he'd probably exceed that. But he's not a free agent today.
Right.
So it is that fine line. Hey, the season comes back and you dislocate your hip. Are you ever going to see it? So you are playing games with it,
What are you going to buy with $400 million that you couldn't buy with $350 million? That's all I want to ask. A country? I don't know. That's just
greedy.
my, huh?
It's greedy.
Yeah. I mean, sheesh. I mean, good grief.
All right, let's see.
I ain't got nothing against you, but he turns that down, wanting more. And then on the other hand, they're fighting for, guys to get more money. I don't get it.
Trout's was 12 years, 426.
Right.
12 for 426.
Yeah.
When did he sign that? Before last season?
I thought it
was
a few years ago.
2019.
Yeah.
2019. Geez, that long ago already. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I guess it was not that much after Harper signed. I forgot about it because Ed was devastated. Mr. Wesker Griff, he was convinced that Trout was on his way to Philadelphia in a year or two when he became a free agent. And then his heart was ripped out when Trout re-signed with the Angels. I think that was the turning point when Ed went all in on Soto. He gave up his love of Mike Trout and became a Soto guy. And now he might be ready to jump off the Soto bandwagon after Soto turned down the money, and now everybody's on the Soto bandwagon.
Well, he wants to be in New York. That's what all the either team sounds like.
Good for me. Good for me.
Not if you want to buy some Soto cards.
Or if you want your team to have any other players, because he's going to want, I think he wants shorter years with more money. I think, because I think they're figuring out those long, like, it sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot. I mean, it doesn't sound, it is a lot of money for Tatis, but you got to think on the back end, the team's coming out ahead because they're paying today's prices for 12 years down the road. So, where he could probably make more a year at that point. That's why they're doing it. But
yeah, he probably wants like a 4 or 5 year.
Yeah.
And I don't even know. I don't understand why the people would sign people for 10 years anyway, because everybody gets hurt.
Yeah. And
all these huge contracts have not, I don't know if anybody's worked out. Like, what was the first big one? A-Rod?
Well, yeah, that was.
A-Rod was.
I mean, I think A-Rod kind of worked once he left Texas, but.
There's some that have worked out, but most don't. I mean, Scherzer's 7-year deal was probably one of the better contracts. Like, he didn't get hurt. He played great. He won a World Series. They were able to trade him. Like, that was actually really good for Washington. One of the
first ones, so he's still getting paid. So.
Yeah, but his is only for like 5-year deal though. It wasn't like, I don't think it was more than 5 years.
I don't know. He's still getting paid $250,000 every year for the Mets. So
there was $1 million.
Is it $1 million? I don't know.
It's $1 million.
I know they call it Bobby Bo Day.
That was the thing too with the Nationals had a few because Jason Worth, like, I get it. By the end, he certainly wasn't worth what he was getting paid, but like he had a 7-year deal and he actually played through it. Like he was done after that. But like, I don't think that was like some people are like, oh, it's a horrible. I don't think that was a bad contract at all. Like that's not. There's 50 worse contracts in baseball history.
Dave Winfield,
like Pujols signed him that long after he's been in the league for as long as he was. Obviously, for me, it was probably good in the beginning, but he wasn't worth that money. Stanton, I know Stanton's in with the Yankees now, but I don't think he's lived up to the hype of that contract. He's hurt all the time.
Oh yeah, that with the Marlin was for a team that's. I didn't understand that when the Marlins gave it to him. Like, what were they thinking?
They were probably hoping that more people would come, and then they have their big, huge star. That's going to be their attraction for the team.
Mm-hmm.
But then they didn't keep him very long. What, he played 3 years on that contract and they traded him?
Yeah, but I mean, because he was getting hurt, and then he couldn't get anybody else, and then then Yelich wanted out when they traded him. So
I don't know. I just know I was at a Phillies game against the Marlins back when he was having that monster year, and he hit like the fastest home run I think I ever saw get out of that stadium. I was up in the upper deck. I was not like way up, but like on the third level, and just had like just to the first base side of home plate, and I just remember he swung and the ball just laser. Went on to the into Ashburn Alley out there over the seats. And
I'm pretty sure.
Oh my goodness!
That same season at a Nationals, I was at a Nationals game. First base, I'll sit first base side, just sitting right underneath the overhang, so I could see the ball up high. And it was a Cleveland Indians moment with, Major League. It's too high. He hit that ball so high. It is the highest home run I've ever seen. It only got out by like 10 feet into the bullpen, but my God, it was a monster home run.
Well,
Nick
Soto
Markakis is the fastest one I've ever seen. But
2019, I was at Phillies Nationals, Philadelphia. I think it was top 9 or top 10, I forget. Soto hit one over the right field foul pole. I was like, well, I guess it's time to start walking to the car. This game's over. It's like a 3-run homer or something.
Right.
And they got down by a run, so it was like a 4-run though. So, but that was hit high.
Yeah. But Pino, who gave Dave Winfield? Who gave Dave Winfield that 10-year contract? Was that the Yankees or who was that? It had to be with the Yankees, right?
I would think so.
Because the Padres, he was there. Then went New York, Minnesota, right?
Toronto
Yankees.
too, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Yankees.
Yeah, he said Yankees. Soto hits Taters past the railroad tracks. Yeah.
Another one of the quick home runs I saw was Phillies Mets. This is way back when. God, this is probably, I don't know, like 2006 or something. The Phillies had this guy. I can't remember what his name was offhand. He was only with them a couple weeks. He was an older rookie, one of those like 32-year-old rookies, 33-year-old rookies, and he threw like the slowest freaking like curveballs. Like I remember he threw one to David Wright like 56 miles an hour, and Wright just hit it so hard. It didn't go.
Jamie Moyer, was it?
What's that?
It wasn't Jamie Moyer, was it?
No, I forgot what this dude's name was. The guy didn't last in the big leagues long. It was kind of like one of those good stories that he got there, but you could kind of tell he didn't necessarily belong. But David Wright hit a bullet. It didn't go far. It barely scraped the wall, but it was hit so hard. I was like, oh my goodness. Like, God, I could have hit that pitch.
Question: Freddie Freeman a Yankee? Not yet.
I don't think. I think the Braves are going to re-sign him.
The Braves have to re-sign him. Like, even as a Yankee fan, I'd rather him stay with the Braves. Just because
it would look weird if he's not in a Braves uniform.
Yeah.
And I'm a Phillies fan, so I would love to see him end up somewhere out of the NL East. But at the same time, it's like he's a Brave.
Yeah, as a Mets fan, part of me is that way, but the other part enjoys watching him play. So,
well, yeah. Well, you like to see guys stay. You like to be able to identify guys with a franchise too.
Yeah, I mean, like what Buster Posey, and did somebody else just retire that stayed with the same team? I'll think of it. Oh, Zimmerman. Jeez. I'm sitting here watching, wearing a Nationals hat. Couldn't think of the guy's name. And he played at Virginia. Yeah,
I mean the Braves are playing with fire though. Like that's one of those things I feel like should have gotten done quickly. Like,
well, they should have extended that before the season, and then
because the Braves are one of those teams like they should be able to afford it. And let's be honest, like if you're looking at it, they kind of got Acuna under a really good contract. They basically
they ripped
off Ozzy Albies. Like I get it.
Yeah.
If I were Ozzy Albies, if someone signed me for $35-40 million, like that'd be great. But like they got him so below market value. Like
right. It got Acuna too at a below market.
Yeah. So it's
I think that was a very friendly one too, and they got the money to sign him. They're not crazily paying a pitcher. They're not crazily paying anybody. So they got the revenue.
Do they got any young first baseman coming up they like? Because that could be.
Other than Freddie Freeman, I mean, that guy's a pillar at first base.
I'm saying, like, the Braves have someone they're like super duper high on, and they feel like their young talent can get them over the top without paying the big money. I can see where they're going to let him go.
Man, I don't know if you can. That guy is.
I don't know. Here's a perfect scenario. They work out a CBA. They get rid of the luxury tax. The Phillies decide who cares about the luxury tax. They offer Freddie Freeman something outrageous. He signs with the Phillies. Then they can use Rhys Hoskins as DH. Make the Braves weaker, make the Phillies better. We know this isn't going to happen, but, you can dream for a minute, right? With the Philly shirt on.
Yeah. Hey, Vladimir Refractors is on.
Yeah, what's up, Andy?
Andy. Hey.
What's up, Andy?
Yeah, they did. Acuna had a Ben Price. Yeah, Acuna loves him and Albies love playing together, so they got that in a good deal. So
what's up, Base?
Yeah, I did send for the SGCR. I sent an Acuna photo variation. That's the other one of the cards I sent to you. Snowman from Holiday. So.
Dude, I haven't opened Topps Holiday in like 3 years because I never find it anymore. I didn't
I
see any this year.
I
Last year, I
overpaid
don't
for
think I
one
saw
this
any.
year just to open it. I went ahead and paid a $10 over premium at my LCX just to get it.
Well, so
I
I
actually
bought.
wanted to open some gallery this year. I like Topps Gallery this year, and I don't know. Walmart's by me really don't carry anything. Yet I see posts on like Facebook or Twitter or whatever I'm on at the moment. I'll see people with like from I guess different areas of the country, and they just have like these WalMarts. They're just overstacked with stuff. I was seeing like Bowman Chrome on the shelves people were showing. I'm like, can I get a couple boxes out here? Like, what's going on? I guess all the stuff out here is going out there. So instead of Stampedes, I'll just clog the shelves.
Yeah, we don't. My Walmarts and Targets, I could find a hockey box every once in a while, blaster, but that's about it.
The Natsman asked real quick, Seager almost being a Yankee. I don't know. Seager's okay. I mean, I don't know how good he is.
Good enough to get $350 million.
Yeah, but he's not going to play short at Texas, right?
No.
Yeah, because they signed Marcus Semien too, right?
Yeah, so Semien will play short, and he'll either play second or third.
Yeah, I mean I think here him being in Texas is going to be good for him. They don't have any other superstars here, and he should be able to hit some home runs in this Texas heat. So, of course, I don't know how the new ballpark is for power.
Well, he destroyed.
I've already been there once.
Their World Series that they won was in Texas, right? Didn't they play in Texas?
Yeah.
And he was MVP, so maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe he'll crumble under the pressure of a $350 million contract.
New contract.
They'll be trying to eat that salary in about 4 years.
Well, Nat's man's just asking because Seager is a homer. That's him and Seager from the same area of Carolina there.
So, we'll see how he does
here.
Midlife
conference. Somebody's laughing. Is that?
No.
You guys got any shows coming up by you?
I got a show going on this weekend. I didn't go. I was waiting for what you were opening. You and Bob was trying to pick off that stuff. If I go to a show, it comes to me.
There you go. We had a local mall show, so I went there today. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Couldn't make it Friday. Went today. Picked up, some cheap stuff for the collection. Nothing too spectacular, but Philly show in 2 weeks. So look forward to wandering around there, and should usually run into some YouTubers, hang out a little bit. Should be fun.
Yeah, I guess I could probably ask Andy about the Texas shows. He probably knows more than I do.
I think there is a Dallas soon because I thought I saw JT was saying he was going.
Yeah, I think it's next month. I think. I think.
Yeah, I think I did hear something in March.
Yeah, Dallas show in March.
Someday, hopefully. I would like to get out there. It'd be fun. Get to hang out with Dave. Guess we could hang out with BBC for a few minutes, right?
So, Andy, and, what weekend's it on in Dallas?
See Andy, that'd be great.
2 weekends. So, Andy said 2 weeks in Dallas. We'll see. I might not be here.
You'd be drinking margaritas in Mexico.
Well, a lot of Corona for sure.
No, I have not, Nats, man. I've been eyeing some Star Wars signatures maybe next week. I'm kind of holding off because I'm in the middle of moving and everything. So
Andy, is that on this? Yeah, no, I won't be making that one 3rd through the 6th because I fly back. I think I fly back on the 3rd, and that probably won't be fair for me to tell my kids I'm going to go to a card show if they haven't seen me for a week. So
just tell them you have to go to work and take care of some stuff.
Tell them all your managers had the vid again, and
yeah, screw that.
I got to go run one. It's right down here by this card show.
I got a meeting in Dallas with my boss. I got to go.
What's up, Boone Slang? I don't know. It's just fun going to a card show. Just to, even if you're not picking anything up, just to walk around and just kind of see what's going on,
Yeah,
hear
get
what
the
people are
vibe.
talking about. Just look at stuff that kind of gets you thinking about some stuff you'd like to pick up.
Right.
Of course, hanging out with people, fantastic as well.
Yeah, I might go tomorrow. I don't know. It depends how I feel.
At least the good thing here in Dallas is still several YouTubers go every time. So if we're hanging out, you're gonna see somebody you know. Even one of my good buddies who owns a shop here now, he sets up every show too. So so I at least hang out with him a little bit. Andy's usually there. Mike, was it Dominus Infinitus came in town last show, so I met him for the first time, which is.
Andy, are you setting up again at this one like you did at the last one? If you're still here, because you set up at the last one or one of the last ones because Mike.
Yeah, he was set up last time.
Mike showed him in their little room there off to the side. They're like a private room.
What
there's a bunch of different rooms. Looks like an interesting show.
There's like four rooms. One big one and then 3 little ones.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not terrible. Like one's kind of tiny.
Right.
But the other 2 aren't like super duper tiny.
He is setting up again. Cool.
I mean, I'll definitely check one out at some point. It's just got to be the right time. This is
I'd like to get. I like to get down there. I like to get to Philly. So
it's good. It's good in this area because it's like you got the Philly show 3 times during the year. There's a few decent mall shows that usually have a half dozen shows. You got to mix the national into it and keep busy.
Well, like
between that, checking out some shops, and then the fact that you have a card show in your hands, at all times with your phone,
Yeah, and that Northern Virginia show I go to in Chantilly, that show is really, really good, and a lot of the people from Philly come down, and that's usually hopefully it got a little small. Me and Bobbles talked about it, but from what I understand, he's asking is Philly like Chantilly. I think it is because a lot of the people that's in Chantilly come from Philly, like the weekend before. I told Mike to come down. It's a drive in just a few hours.
That's on my list for one of these days. Philly shows
missed
good.
Jeff Wilson on the last one. Stood right next to him.
Have been ridiculous. They've just crammed more and more people. Like it used to be mostly the same dealers. A lot of them Philadelphia based or surrounding, New Jersey, New York. You'd have a few guys from Boston, a couple maybe from the Midwest that would come in all the time that were big enough. But like now, all of a sudden, you have all these like Slab Stocks was there at one point or whoever. I don't know. All those things, guys are the same. I don't know. Like Nash Cards, a whole bunch of these guys that are on Twitter and Instagram and all that crap. That Santiago dude, like all those guys are rolling in now. Some of the graders have pulled out. PSA I used to deal with them all the time there. They obviously don't show up at the show anymore. SGC, ever since the virus, they haven't been there. CSG did set up 2 shows ago, and literally, because I had a mislabeled card I dropped, no wait. Like that entire day, they didn't come back because I saw maybe 3 people go up to the table. That's when I knew they're not making as much headway as I think they intended to at that point.
Yeah,
I don't think they expected to get bombarded, but I mean, you could submit stuff with absolutely no line, no waiting. So,
yeah, I'm wondering if the quicker grading times is because of lack of submissions or they're getting better. I don't know which it is.
I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit of a combo. I think there's still a good option for lower end stuff, but
yeah,
unfortunately or fortunately, like I think they're grading. I think they're good at grading. They're probably a little too tough for their own good. I think the fact that when I've said it on many streams, probably on your channel for sure, like I think it was a major mistake going with the Beckett scale. I think that was foolish. I mean, I get that their guys are from Beckett, but like to do the 9.5 gem mint was not a smart move in my opinion. I think personally think that's a bigger problem than
I don't know how many videos
than
I've
the flip,
seen.
because you can correct the flip at a certain
Right.
point. You're going to overhaul your whole grading scale? Probably not. Their slabs are amazing. Like when people say I hate their slabs, I'm like, well, obviously I understand you're just not speaking correctly, because their slabs are probably the best slab. But their flip, I don't mind it. I'm used to it. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Like I prefer some of the others. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of people do look at the resale price and they're just like, they suck. And I'm like, they don't suck. But I see it more as an opportunity to pick up some cool cards at good prices that is a good quality card. But it does make it a little more difficult to slab stuff. If you want to slab certain things for your PC, like not that value is everything, but you also don't want to spend money grading a lot of stuff and kind of know that it's not enhanced at all by that. So
Right. Well, I've seen videos, so many where the people don't even understand it, graded with them that a 9.5 is gem mint. They sit there and go, oh, look at all the 9.5s I got. I can't get a gem mint card. The 9.5 is gem mint. So, the 10
well,
is
a lot of people don't understand the scales either.
right.
But it, like, honestly, a lot of it for like I don't know how to phrase it, but like the perception, specifically on like social media, it's all value based. That's all a lot of people care about. Like I definitely had a lot of people calling me a dope for grading a lot of stuff with SGC. Like SGC, what are you, a fool? Why aren't you using PSA? Like I use PSA. I have a ton of PSA stuff. I did a lot of PSA subs. I got fed up with a lot of the PSA stuff well before they got shut down. Like, believe me, I sent a lot of stuff off before their price hike when that was the cause of the shutdown. But like at a certain point, having the experience, you have to realize, like, I mean, it's not a popular opinion, but PSA they're good. They're not as good as the perception of a lot of people in the hobby, specifically the new people. Like, they're good, and I trust them to authenticate cards, and I generally think they're pretty good at grading, but they are not perfect at all.
Right.
And like they mislabeled, I would say on average, when I would do 500 card orders, I would have like 5 to 10 mislabeled cards. Like they did it a lot more than people I think realized.
Right.
And they're definitely all over the place. Like there's a lot of times where I've gotten 10s on things that I thought should be 8s, and a lot of times where I would get like a random 6, and I'm like, I don't see it. But they're what everyone sees as premier. That's what became most popular. That's what has the highest value. So of course, that's where people are going to push. Now that SGC has closed the gap to a degree, believe me, they're light years away in terms of overall value and popularity. But they've certainly, in my opinion, surpassed Beckett. I don't know if the statistics show that or not. But suddenly, when they're an option and you can get more value out of them, now all of a sudden you can see from the big channels, all of a sudden they're doing SGC subs and SGC, and now you got some people now that they're getting more value, they're going to start to push that. And I'm like, I don't know if anything I just said makes any level of sense. I was just randomly talking, but like it's just stuff I've seen over the course of the last few years. And
I think they just
I think SGC does a great job. They grade accurately, in my opinion, quickly. They're not perfect either, but it's great to know that you can send your cards off and get them back in 30 days. To me, I mean, that's a big thing. Like that's the one thing I hear people talk about, like the flip thing. Like, yeah, if you it's an option because you can get it back quickly and resell it. But like to me, collecting, like I want the shit back. Like I don't want to wait a year when I'm still waiting for PSA stuff. It's unnerving to be like, dude, that card was at my collection for 13 months. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's why I was happy that I got this bulk order back from CSG in 10 weeks. I'll take that at $12 a card.
Pig's the best Pepino.
So,
no, I like the SGC stuff.
yeah,
I think the grading's accurate for sure. CSG, like I said before, we
What's
said
up,
it even
B-Roth?
it's too tough. They're just too tough on the cards. Because I want to send, at $8 a card. If I want something slab, great. But there's a couple cards, I think I might get a 9 on this, my own personal stuff, and I'm okay with an 8. But I'm also scared with CSG. That thing's going to come back a 7.
Right.
No.
Andy, that was by accident. Shit. I tried to put Andy's comment on the screen and I blocked him for 5 minutes. God damn it. I don't know how to use this though. Gotta hire a producer for this.
Now look, he's gonna be the next one kicked off of YouTube for spam, and way to go.
Probably getting a thumbs down from Andy as we speak.
Did y'all see about that? Me and Don talked a little bit on your earlier tonight, but now he goes by I love collecting baseball or collecting cards. Got kicked off of YouTube for spamming. Been doing it for 7 years, and he just talks about collecting cards. He's a pure collector.
So what was he spamming?
He doesn't know. That was the email. He has no idea what they were talking about.
What if
he shut him down?
What if he got hacked and then just spammed a whole bunch of people?
That's what Don said today. He might have got hacked and didn't know it. So, but you would think they can look, when they see that, the first thing they should do is like, oh, well, what, especially when you don't define what spamming is. Like, that takes on such a large take on anything. I mean,
yeah. Plus, now he has to start all over again for the Hall of Fame because he's less than freaking 3 years. So.
Papino, he made a video eating spam and got reported. Threw in the frying pan.
We lose Mike?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just went into a different app real quick.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Victor?
Thought somebody said something. He had to pull on his nipple rings or something real quick. Victor, my brother. What's up?
What's up, Bink? What's up, Victor?
Yeah, Bink.
Yeah, Mike felt bad about Andy, so he just blocked himself for a couple minutes.
I thought maybe Andy hacked him. Said, I got you now. I got the shirt, and it's going to be no disrespect to Bink that I'm going to wear at this year's National. On the front, it's going to be Big Scott 35, and on the back, it's going to say not Bink. That's what I'm going to wear everywhere I go. I wanted him to be there so we can have one where it says finger Bink and then another one going big.
I thought you were going to wear your Expos uniform since you're such a big
I'm going full out. I think I'm going to get something new. I'm going to surprise everybody what hat I'm going to wear this year, I think. See what I can get remarks on.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little crazy this year, too, and wear a Jets jersey and hat and then a Yankees cap every single day. Totally different.
Bink, I just want us to be together so everybody understands we're two different people. We do exist away from each other. Yeah, Mike's self-timed out.
So we got here.
Yeah, Nats man loves some riggings. Yeah, I gotta have some fun with it. I was hoping Gary was going to be there this year so we could meet and get all cleared up.
I don't know. I guess Dave? They haven't announced. What have they announced for the Nationals? Just past 2023 back in Chicago, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, I thought they announced now they're just going to go back and forth every other year between Chicago and AC.
I haven't seen that, but I mean,
I hope not.
I'm with.
I'd like to see another. I mean, I wish Cleveland would come back. That's within. It's a pain in the ass of a drive. It's like 7 hours, but it is drivable
Right.
for me, and it's so spacious. Like the center is spacious. The parking lot is spacious.
Yeah.
The hotels are the absolute opposite of AC. They're essentially free. Like
Right.
they were like $60 a night or $80 or something. I forget. What was it, Dave? It was cheap.
It was cheap. Yeah, I think
Ton of restaurants and stuff that were, super affordable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went to Cleveland on the last. I had knee surgery that year, so I was out of work on short term. So I decided to go to the show because I was off. And Andy,
Happy to be in there
if you
somehow.
throw someone out of the
Loved
chat, you got to do something.
I got booted from the chat. So. That was good, Mike. That was good. I try to make a joke about PSA. I get booted from the chat.
I tried to add it to the comment thing, and I was like, all right, I don't know what I did. Forget it. I'm not touching this shit anymore.
That was funny. That was good. So
Yeah,
what's up, Mike?
What's going on?
he gets, he's sponsored by PSA, so you got to watch out.
Yeah, well, I do have some stuff that's been there for like almost a year that's not even in the grading stage yet. So I'm not really happy about
closet over there.
I have a PSA DNA order that has been in the grading phase for literally 6 months because Ed's got a few cards in that order, and they're not like big cards. It's like Phillies autographs and a few other like $20, $30, $40 autographs, and Ed will be like, what's going on with that order? I'm like, I don't know. It's still grading. Like month after month. I'm like, I don't, at this point, who knows?
Yeah, and it's frustrating too because they're doing those $50 events now, and I got
guaranteed 90 days, right?
Well, yeah, like I have one, like the very first one, I got 5 cards, and they're already in stage 5. And yet I have cards that have been there for a year that aren't even in the grading stage. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that, but what are you gonna do?
It's ridiculous. I mean, I still think I have like a dozen open orders with them, and I haven't sent anything in since the year, 2020, and it's currently 2022.
I know.
And I still have all those orders. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
I'm kind of kicking myself now for all the cards I should have sent when they were $5 a pop, and I'm like, not even grade that
quickly.
Yeah, a month. Take a month to get them back, $5 each.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that I've had there for a year, I mean, this is like stuff that was like $25 a card too. So it wasn't like it was the cheapest. So that's too slow. There's no way around it.
Someday you'll get it back, maybe.
Maybe.
Be like getting a new card back. You got to remember how you got it, where it came from.
It is funny because like every now and then I'll click on an order to check it, and I scroll through. I'm like, shit, I had this card. I didn't even remember. I like just out of sight, out of mind at this point. I forgot about it.
That's exactly.
Like I don't know if you guys have followed like the Sotos. I know Nats man probably knows. There's like the Soto card from Stadium Club Chrome last year, base card that was like perpetually like $3, $4, $5 is suddenly like a $50 card or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Like I have one of those. I realized it's at PSA. I'm pretty sure if that was a 10, that's like a $300 card somehow. Like even if it's a 9, it's probably like $100 card. I'm like, how'd that happen? I forgot I even had that one out with them.
Yeah, and some of these submissions, like if you submitted a lot of base cards, then it's definitely probably not working in your favor. But if you submitted stuff that wasn't base cards, I mean, you could be setting pretty good right now because you haven't had the opportunity to get it back and sell it. So it may have increased, a lot during that time period, as long as they don't upcharge you.
Yeah, well, they're so weird with that. They're so inconsistent. There have been so many times I've had like an $800 or $1,000 card that doesn't get upcharged, and then you have like a $200 card that does get upcharged. I'm like, why?
Yeah, and honestly, so I've submitted with PSA since like 2006, and I have never been upcharged one single time ever on any card. It's yeah, you're right. It's totally random.
I've been pretty good with that. I mean, I've gotten upcharged, but it's not a crazy amount. Not enough to complain about too much. But
I got an upcharge with you.
you did. You weren't too
I won't
disappointed.
upset though.
I was like, yeah, you got a couple upcharges. Good news, bad news, a few extra bucks. Good news is card's worth a little bit more.
Yeah. That rookie Trout you sent in is a 10, so gotta pay a little bit more.
I've sent in plenty of cards that I wish I would have got upcharged on.
Yeah, that wasn't sad. I go, I'll take the risk. If I get an upcharge, it means I got a 10. So I was
right. Yeah, sometimes it's not that bad. I wouldn't get too upset, but never had the opportunity. So Dave, you're not going to be in Dallas?
No, I'm flying out to Mexico after next Sunday, and I'll be back on that Friday the 3rd, but I won't be able to probably go by. I mean,
he's got to do that Mexico trip. If he doesn't do the Mexico trip, then he doesn't get to go to the Nationals. So it's like,
that was last year.
He's got to trade to Dallas
for
the National.
I mean, going to Mexico sounds more fun to me, anyways. I would go to Mexico too.
Yeah, we're going to that same place I went to last year.
Cool.
So, like, we weren't even at the airport in Mexico, and my wife's already trying to book another trip there. I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
like,
Mike, you and Scott, we need to get you guys to Dallas.
That would be. I'm sure it would be fun. When do they do the shows? They do them 4 times a year?
I think it's like every 2 or 3 months. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that things will work out. Where, of course, we don't know what's going on with baseball, but Phillies are in Texas this year. New ballpark. Haven't been to this one, obviously. So I was like, that'd be a good opportunity to go out. It'd be great if there was a Dallas show. Probably wouldn't work out that way, but you never know.
I got to make sure my video team is off that weekend to go with me to shoot me going through Dallas.
I can fill in, dude. I got
all
you.
my pickups.
Yeah, I'll walk around with the camera. No one knows me, so.
I was looking at some of the comments here. The one that Boomslang just said, yeah, I've done that.
They do not. Well, the only way they will compensate you is if they damage the card. Every now and then they'll admit to that. I've had that a couple times.
I've had it one time, yeah. And it was like a really cheap card, so it wasn't a big deal or anything.
Yeah, no, I've had things that were like, oh, this would have been like $100, and it's now $50. I'm like, all right, cool, free sub, whatever.
Yeah, and they're like, we can slab it, but it's going to be like a 5. I'm like, nah, just send it back the way it is. I've got enough 5s.
Hey, it depends. If it's a 1920s card, that 5 would be great.
No, it wasn't.
If it's a 2018,
it was probably like a 2020 card.
Hey, you should have taken that 5. Could have popped that up. eBay 1 of 1, pop 1.
I've made several mistakes where I've gotten 5s for sure on modern cards.
You do, like, looking at enough cards, and not even like gradable stuff, you do have to pay attention. I've had stuff like Topps Chrome Finest, and I'm like looking through it. I'm like, what? There's a giant crease on the bottom of this card. I mean, whatever. It's a 10-cent comment, whatever. But I'm like, why is there a crease in this card right out of it? It's not like the rest of the cards. It somehow happens in that production.
I don't know about you guys, but a lot of times, like when I go onto YouTube, I'll just look up random like PSA submission reveals, right? So I came across one the other day, and it was Brad, the comeback card investor. I don't know if you guys know his channel.
I watched some of. Is that the one with all his Mannings?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk
Yeah.
about.
I didn't finish it. I watched like 20 minutes of it. I was like, how many more Mannings do you have?
So he sent in probably like a dozen of these. I can't remember what year it was. 90. It may have been like 99 Topps Chrome, but he sent in about a dozen of them, and the highest grade he got was a 7, and most of them were like 4s and 5s.
Oh, I got to go back and watch the rest of that video then.
Was that the
Yeah.
Manning 99 Chrome Manning he was sending?
Yes.
Because he was saying something. I remember him saying something about he thought all the cards looked a certain way.
Right.
And he's like, I just figured that's the way the cards looked. And he's like, 7. And I think I turned off at that point. I didn't see the 4s.
Yeah, he got 5s, 4s, 6s, nothing higher than a 7. Like maybe a couple of 7s was the highest.
I subbed one of those one time a few years ago. I got a 9 on it, so I'm better than him at looking over my cards.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, man, but that's what happened though. That's why there is this big backlog, is because people that didn't really know, what they were looking at, they were just sending everything in, like they just thought that everything was going to be super valuable and everything would be a 10 if it was anything remotely modern, right? So yeah, I mean, I think he probably lost quite a bit of money on that submission.
Actually, I'm actually kind of curious about those Peyton Manning selects.
Yeah, he had a ton of those in 10s, and I was looking them up, and I think those are going for like maybe $30 a piece.
30? Okay.
Yeah. So.
Or the 9's going for. He got a lot of 9s in that too. Probably break even, 15.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe $12, maybe.
I mean, he's one of those guys who's obviously become really popular, and I watch his stuff on occasion, but I'm like, there's just certain guys who have gotten real popular in the community or whatever. Shouldn't even say the community, I guess, on the platform more so. And it's like, you can absolutely tell like they just kind of got into cards, in 2020. And I'm like,
Experts.
I don't know how much I'm going to learn from you, not to like sound like, if you're seasoned or more seasoned or semi-seasoned collector, I'm like, I don't know what you get out of some of the videos, other than maybe a different point of view. I'm not saying it's not worth watching at all, but
yeah,
it's just interesting sometimes.
I have enjoyed watching a little sports card radio bash all these guys.
Oh, they're pretty brutal.
Dude, they're awesome.
If they're going for clicks, they're getting them, I'm guessing.
They're getting what they want. There's probably some of the stuff they've said that there's probably some truth to, but some of it I think is probably a little
unnecessary.
Well, yeah.
What?
Definitely unnecessary, but probably not true either.
Dude, I remember watching a video from there, like whenever Panini announced they had the NFL, and there's gonna be no more Topps football. And he's walking in the National, walking through all their booths, just complaining about these at Panini's, like, and all you can do is get these stickered autos, and he's just going right through their booth, talking so much shit right in front of them. And I was like, this guy's awesome.
Hero.
Yeah, I remember those guys from like way back, because they were like one of the first people that I saw anyway that would do walkthroughs at the National, and post them on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like they have some from like way back, like 05, 06, stuff like that.
The first one I saw was when he got into it with the owner at Blowout Cards, when they got hacked for like the second time, and was blaming on people that worked there giving out the information. Him and the Blowout Cards guy got into it. I was like, that's kind of funny. Right on the floor at the National, Chicago.
Yeah, they don't like very many people. It's kind of funny.
I mean, you need some entertainment once in a while, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It's entertainment. I'll say that.
Who we got here in the chat?
What's up, Jeff? Hopefully you're doing well.
That's what I'm reading the comments here. Yeah, Boom Slang, if they upcharge, they should downcharge, but they're not going to do that.
No, otherwise they'd be sending a lot of refunds for all the Kyle Lewis,
Right.
cards that were put in, at like $100 values that are like $15 now. Even though I can see him having a bounce back year now that everyone's dumped all their stuff. Everyone's like, oh, dump Kyle Lewis. And then he ends up being in the MVP race or something.
I mean, he's a good player. He just couldn't stay healthy last year.
Yeah.
So I know this has come up at other places, and since we're talking about PSA, please don't drop me, Mike, when I ask this. But
Let me see. How do you kick someone off the screen?
how many cars do you think they're going to have when this is all said and done that people don't pay for, and they just have like a sale at the National or something like that? I mean, because you got to think with the Mark, and Ryan Card Collector 2 issue and all that it's got to be happening on a larger scale with smaller people. When you're waiting for over a year and you just say, screw it, that card is no longer in existence, I'm not worried about it anymore. So how many of those cars do you think is going to be sitting there at PSA? Since
Probably a lot.
They charge after the fact.
Yeah, I bet you there's a lot. Well, someone was telling me they're charging now whenever it goes into the grading process.
Is that what at PSA they're doing?
Instead at the end now, they're doing it in the middle.
Okay.
So not in the front, but yeah, it's going to be in the middle.
Okay. I know CSG does it that way, well, supposedly, but they seem to charge whenever they feel like it. But yeah,
I bet you there's going to be a lot of cards left there, especially if like people sent in a whole bunch of just base stuff that's just not worth it now, especially with that. Even if they got in at like the $20-something per card, instead of like back, it was like 12 and 13 roughly in the beginning of COVID when they kind of started shutting it down. Mm-hmm. A lot of those orders are still at the lower price, but if you're getting into the $25 card and then the cards are now even at 10 are worth like 15, they might just say, I'm not paying for this. I'll just take the loss on the cards.
Yeah, they just sent in every rookie and just didn't work out.
Yeah, so I bet you they're going to be stuck with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know like how many people have done this, but I did hear about some people, after a certain number of months, they would just contacted them and just said, just send my cards back to me,
Yeah, I've heard quite a bit of that.
I
believe Matt's man over here.
Well, that's the thing too, Dave. Yeah, I don't know how they would even find them.
Warehouse.
I wonder how many of those cards are. They're stuck in grading because they're still trying to find them. Yeah, we can't find the box. It's up on a shelf covered in dust.
I think I may have some of those there. I think
the sticky note with your name on it fell off, and now they're screwed. So
yeah, that's probably what happened to mine. Actually,
you got 9 million cards in there. Backup, yeah, that's a lot of big boxes. And eventually, if you're trying to find places, you're not moving stuff to the front to put the old new stuff in the back. There's no FIFO happening there.
I will say they absolutely, where they messed up the worst is the fact that they didn't shut down way earlier. They absolutely should have, because I definitely have heard like it got so out of hand. It was probably, besides the fact like any kind of legal issues they had or safety for the cards, like keeping them from being damaged or God forbid, something happened to that building, like pretty confident they got to a point where like they used to store things however they did securely. And then I think it got to a point where they literally had like built up shelves down hallways with cards just stacked all over the place. Like I think it was incredibly chaotic. So yeah, it's a big hole to dig out of. It is. I mean, it feels like forever, and it's frustrating when you have cards that have been out for 12, 13, 14, 15 months, but it is the reality of them getting that behind, and things got so popular, the hobby boomed, that perfect storm of the values skyrocketing, more people getting involved. And listen, I've always been someone who sent junk to PSA. I've sent good stuff. I've sent stuff for my collection that most people wouldn't because it's whatever. There's certain cards, you're not worried about the value, but they're things you want. But a lot of people were sending what people call junk. They're sending, like we've seen, 100 of the same card times over and over. And that's where it just got so out of control that it went from 1 million cards to 20 million like that. And they're still obviously digging out every now and then, finding cards going, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Wonder if this person forgot they had these cards or they're not, on Earth anymore. Like, why have they not complained? Like,
yeah, and I've heard, a lot of people that have been, giving a lot of heat to Nat Turner lately. And I don't really hold him that accountable for this because if you've graded with PSA, I know you have, Mike, for sure, and you guys probably have too, but this has been a problem for 10 years probably, where they didn't have enough graders and they were not meeting their turnaround times.
oh, yeah.
And, it just got magnified. And, I think they've done a fairly decent job since they've taken over, but they just inherited such a mess by the time that they got in there. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, so I'm obviously, I'm not on the scale of like a major company like that, but I take over like restaurants and have to go fix them, and and that's not an easy task, especially if they're just they're fucked with like shitty employees too. Right. So like, imagine doing that, but like $1 billion business, not a store that does like $10,000 a week, $20,000 a week. So it's like, yeah, he's probably had to change a whole lot of stuff, a whole lot of management, find the system. It's not an easy task, especially if you're going to take over such a big company.
Yeah, because I just always think about what it must have been like the first time he walked in there and just saw like how many cards they had and everything. Like what his
chaos.
Yeah, what was his face when he saw all that?
I walked in and went, is it too late to get out of this?
Right. No, I mean, I think they could definitely do better than what they've done, but I don't think they've done as bad as some people since they've taken over. But it's still, they've got a long ways to go for sure.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the future.
Yeah.
Do they ever get things at a lower price? Or
well, I think if
they do, is it something where it's a 2-year turnaround or are they just going to say the hell with the set registry? Well, these set registries just, you either buy the cards on the market or forget it. Like, I don't.
Right. Well, I think they're going to, they're going to open up places in all over the country, 4 or 5 spots, and have hubs, so they don't have to take extra travel time and things like that, and have different locations.
It's just also there's going to be a demand for grading regardless, but like how strong will the demand be? If prices drop enough, will people just say, the heck with it? Or are people still going to keep, like the Wander Franco that sold for $600? Obviously, that card shouldn't be worth that amount in a PSA 10, but there won't be a huge population of them because of the being cost prohibitive, stuff like that. So is the price higher? So then people do think it's worth it. I don't really know how things go with that.
Yeah, and Baubles and Ball Cards made a good point over here, talking about when they leaked the price hike. That was probably the biggest.
That's what created the need for the shutdown more so than anything.
Yeah, that they've made since they've been in there. And I don't know, like I don't know who leaked it or whatever, but yeah, that was a massive mistake.
Oh, they just got to open more places. I mean, you got, like I've said this before. In number one, who wants to be a grader in California? I mean, they can't pay that much money. You can't live on being a grader, I wouldn't think.
It's in Newport Beach too.
Yeah,
I lived one town over. Newport ain't cheap, I can tell you.
Yeah, so you're not going to get the talent there, number one, or the staff.
Right.
You
have to drive into Costa. Mesa before you find a place to live.
Yeah,
I
you
agree
gotta
with
find places that you can people would want to. Obviously, you probably have a good amount of card collectors. Number one, and it's not that big, cheaper wages. That way you can afford to pay people, or people can afford to work there.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Because I don't know how you would live there. Because I mean, like you said, I don't know exactly how much these guys make, but I wouldn't think it would be like anything crazy.
No, even if they paid them, say they paid each grader $50,000 a year, that's nothing in California. And they're not paying them $100 in California grade cards. At least I wouldn't think. I don't see that being $100,000 a year job.
So, have you guys ever like personally known someone that's been a grader at one of these companies?
No.
Me neither. That's weird.
No.
Like,
Are they even allowed to say it? I mean, I know it's really quiet.
it's very
Well,
quiet.
so I have a buddy that works at Beckett, but he's not a grader. He does something else up there, but even that, he don't even really tell me what he does.
So does he tell you?
Some with he does some of the authenticate, like the autograph stuff and like that department, I think now, but not really. He doesn't really tell me what he does up there. He's kind of quiet about it. But I don't talk to him very often either, so it's not like he's like a close friend of mine. He's more friends with my wife, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think that one of these graders would have said something at some point.
Get on Twitter and go on a rampage.
Yeah.
Crazy
Like
kid.
working for the NSA.
New Jersey office, they've always done more PSA DNA stuff out of there. I've been to that office. I've had memorabilia there, signed stuff that they authenticated. And they used to do some slabs. At one point they were slabbing like cards that were just basic like autograph authentication. But I would assume if they're going to do a New Jersey office, that would be the location.
Yeah, I know they were doing live interviews at the National, and I just went on to see what their qualifications were and what they were hiring for, and it was 4 locations or 5 that if you're willing to move, Florida, Jersey, and somewhere in either Midwest, probably the Chicago area, and then like the Northwest, like Washington State or something like that, Seattle area. So that's why I was kind of, I think that's in the works.
That's smart.
Yeah, break it up, have you ship it to your local hub or whatever.
Well, how many
anything
graders do the PSA has at their facility right now?
2.
Oh.
At one time, I don't think it was more than like 15 or something. It was a really small staff at one point. Now it's got to be
30.
It's not as high as you would think, but I mean,
Right.
So maybe it's 20 people.
I would hope at this point it's.
If I had to guess, I would say in the hundreds.
And that's just with the expansion recently.
Yeah.
It was definitely in like the 20s, 30s for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet it's in the hundreds now, though, because they've had to hire a bunch of people.
In reality, if they got it down to $20 a pop, right?
Yeah.
And 5 to 6 locations around the United States with 50 graders at each location, they could pump out cards and get 20 to 25 easily per card, and millions and millions of cards. I mean, that's how I would think they would do it. Or maybe they should hire me.
Hey,
I'll fix their stuff.
do you want the job?
8.
Yeah,
I think it would be really fun to be a grader for like 3 days, and then I feel like you'd be like, oh God, what am I doing?
Stabbed yourself in the eye with an ice pick. Yeah.
I go through phases. Like I was big into like now, like there's certain things I like looking at my own stuff, and there's other stuff I'm like, why the hell am I even looking at this stuff? Like it's like you just get tired of it. I'm like, oh,
Looks
Yeah.
good.
Especially if you were just like you got this huge stack of cards you had to grade that was just all from the same set or the same card. That would be so boring.
And they're all the same player. And
Yeah.
you
Like
just
first
like,
year select Patty Manning.
Screw them. Oh,
I
but
don't know. I
they
think
put
if we're
their
grading
little
those
thing
99
inside to
Mannings,
make it
that'd be
easy to
fun.
pull
How
out
sweet
for
a
me.
4.
Yeah. You would be that grader, huh, Mike? The guy that liked to punish people?
I'd be so people would hate me if I were a grader. I'd be
You'd
so
be the Punisher.
like I'd be a perfect hire for CSG. Hammer everyone with an 8.5.
I remember on Blowout, they used to have this one grader they called the grader of death. People would get their submissions back and they'd be like, well, I had the grader of death.
I probably had a lot of missed opportunities back in like 2017, 18, 19 when I was grading a lot of stuff because I was so tough on the things I'd send in. Because I went through a phase where I would get like 98% 10s, like for the, modern. I mean, I guess it's ultra modern then, but it was modern. That's what they considered it. Because I would be so strict. I probably had so many 10s of like, I don't know, Otanis and Acuna, like stuff like that I just threw back in the bot. Like when I was like spending way too much time looking at cards or grading, now I like barely even look at new stuff. But
I used to be the same way. And I had a friend of mine tell me one time when I was telling him about like, oh man, I got such a high percentage of 10s on this order. And he told me, you're not trying hard enough then. He's like, you're probably missing lots of, good stuff that you could send in because you're just being too strict. Like they're not even as strict,
Yeah.
That's why I like just sending in PC cards. Then most of the time I'm like, I just want it capsulated for my PC or whatever. I'm not really worried about the grade. And then
My
the one
favorite
that
thing to
went,
send in is beat up vintage. It's awesome. I'm like, I don't care. 2, 3, whatever.
well, that's
I
what
just-
Bob will
I
said
want
over
it
here.
authentic, slab it, add it to the PC.
That's
Yeah,
right.
those are my favorite cards to send in are the ones where I just don't care what the grade is.
Yep.
Yeah, I did that a lot when it was much cheaper. Even like the $8 cards, I would send more PC stuff. Now they got a little higher. I always have a couple flippers in there just to pay for the order.
Yeah.
Not many of them.
Yeah. I try to think that way. And then I
just
get
feel
them back. I want to keep them all.
Well, a lot of times I'll send in 2 of the same card. I want to keep one and get rid of one.
Right.
And if I get a 10 and a 9, I'll keep the 9 and most likely and sell the 10. It'll pay for the order. Unless I just have something else in there that's going to be a big hit. If I get 2 of the same grades, that's obviously great. But
Right.
I definitely went through the phase where I would keep the 10, and now I'm more in the mindset where I'm like, I don't care. I'll just keep the 9. Or with PSA specifically, there have been times where I look at cards, I'm like, all right, this is a 9, but it's definitely better centered. It has better eye appeal. I don't know. Maybe there's the tiniest little mark that you can't see. So I'll just keep the 9 and sell the 10.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you can keep the 9 that looks like a 10 and sell the 10 that looks like a 9. Because I mean, a lot of times there really isn't any difference.
well, I just figured if I'm gonna I'll buy 9s. I buy 8s. I don't care if I'm gonna buy that grade, and even if I send something in, I'm happy with. If I got a 9 on a card, I'm like, cool, I'm happy with this. Then why would I keep the 10? If I got it to the 9, I'm happy with anyway. I'd rather make the money. Unless it's something I know that like if I just held it, it may be like crazy expensive. But very rarely will I even want to wait to hold it. I'd rather just take the money now, pay for the submission, and go about my day.
Yeah, that's smart to do it that way. Because grading is not cheap. anymore.
It used to be great. Oh, we got the $6 special this month.
Oh, I miss those days.
Now it's like,
Oh, 2019, where you go?
I
What's
miss the days where
CSG?
it was-
what's
it was like-
CSG's cheapest right now? 12 plus.
Yeah, 12,
CSG
15.
12.
Plus they have like some BS like $5 fee per order or something. They just tack on like
Hassling and the handling fee, paperwork
like,
fee.
what is that? Like,
Wasn't it $10 extra to get subs too?
yeah.
Per
I've done it
card.
a few times because I'm like, I just want this. I want it to be on there because I think it'll look better. But it's really, I guess if you're subbing a big card with them, like you might as well get it. But at the same time, if you're subbing a big card and you're paying that much, like you might as well just almost go to SGC or
Right.
at a certain point, maybe PSA. Like once you're getting to the point where it's going to cost you $25 to get it graded with CSG, unless you love CSG, like I don't know.
Yeah. I guess like if I was to buy like a big card in like a CSG or a BGS slab, I would always want the subs on there because in the back of my mind, I would be thinking especially if it was a more expensive card, I'd be thinking, why didn't they get subs on this? You know what I mean? That would just bug me. Because I'd be thinking they were almost trying to hide something, like some kind of hidden flaw.
You would think, and I might think the same thing, but in reality, 99 out of 100 times it'd be to save that $10.
You're probably right.
Well, with
That's
CSG, if
the way I
it was a couple of dollars more, that would be different. But it's $10 more. That changes the whole reason why
And
you're.
that was
subbing
really
at
bad when
12.
they were $7 to get it graded. I'm like, all right, $7 to get it graded, or an extra $10 for you to print on the label. Like, come on.
That print doesn't cost very much money per card.
And it's the same size. They're not changing the flip. They're using the same flip. So
It does. The flip looks better with the sub.
Exactly.
It does, but
It does. I got used to it now with the blank. It doesn't even phase me. I've done so much now. CSG. I just love the holder.
the holders are great.
That clear. It's just.
But
so-
HGA has great holders too. But it's HGA.
Well, in reality, too, is most of these cards anyway, they just go sit in a box.
Yeah.
It's not like we have to walk around them and just look at them the whole time.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so I hate the flip. Card looks great. Stored.
Who let my dad in here on this thing? Jesus Christ.
You feel silly, Dave, if I pull a couple of slabs out of my pockets right now.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute.
I'm carrying these around with me all day.
Dude, I got 4 slabs right in front of me. I'm just staring at. So
It is bad. That's like a whole nother topic you can go into someday. Like the boxes that get lost. Like things on the bottom of the closet or whatever. I was telling JT the other day because he was laughing. Like a while ago, I made a video. I don't. It might have been like a year ago where I found like a Patrick Mahomes Prism rookie in a box. I was like, oh shit! Like I forgot I even owned this card. I bought it for like $30. Like I was going through some stuff a couple weeks ago, and I found an Ohtani 2018 Chrome Update like refractor numbered to 250, just sitting in a top holder in a box with other rookie cards. I was like, oh, that was definitely going for like $1,000 last year. I don't know what it is now, but it's still pretty decent find.
I know Josh, rated rookie, like he has a PSA 10 of that Prism Mahomes, and he paid $30 for it back when he bought it. I'm like, damn, man, must be nice.
That was a good buy.
That was a good buy.
But
yeah, it's like right when I stopped like breaking like retail. Not that I even broke a whole lot of it, but I used to still buy some blasters here and there, and just to get all the rookie base and stuff. But then after like my Jets, some of my Jets PC didn't work out for me, I was like, I'm done with this shit.
sounds like you're talking about Geno Smith,
So
Jason Morrow.
it was a Jason Morrow. The Jason Morrow Calvin Pryor PCs didn't pan out too well.
Jason Morrow. Is he the tight end that played at Texas Tech?
Yep.
Okay, I remember him, yeah.
I was like, this guy's gonna be a superstar. I think I drafted him in fantasy football too, like his rookie year. I'm like, he's gonna be my stud, my sleeper. Nothing. The Geno PC didn't really. So he didn't really call. I don't think I lost money on him.
I feel like if I go back in time and like watch your videos or think about your videos, I feel like you used to get like 5 to 10 Geno Smith in care packages like every week.
Dude, so I remember one time I sold I was going through my stuff and I had like 32 Taj Boyd autographs.
I forgot about him too.
And I didn't buy one of them. I think I got one in a break with Michael Fabian, and the rest were just given to me. Everybody just gave me all their Taj Boyds. Every care package had a Taj Boyd in there. And then Austin Hill the next year.
The price is right.
Yeah. I did have like 30 Jason Morrow autographs, but most of those are from my own doing. Gino wasn't too bad, though.
Would you hang out at his?
I mean, at least
his
he's still
house,
bouncing around the NFL. These other guys are working for you. So
yeah, dude. So like, my Geno, like, I remember the day he got traded to the Giants. I sold 29 Geno Smiths on eBay that day. I was like, thank God. And I didn't sell. I didn't really lose money on any of them. So I didn't pay very much either. So
I can remember back in the day. Back in the day, I went crazy on Dontrell Willis when he was really hot. That was like probably my worst buys of all time. I bought him for the Dontrell hype.
Well, I had the Geno had a 3-row box, all full of rookie cards of them. And now
I didn't buy that many. Dontrell Willis.
Now I was trying to get like every one of his rookie cards, minus the 101s. Yeah.
When you say everyone, did you mean everyone ever made, or
no, just one of each, like
okay.
one of each copy of each thing.
Right.
Not like I don't need 1,000 tops Geno Smiths. I'm not, so like Carter's kids with his Gary Carter PC.
Yeah.
1,000, 2,087 tops.
Right.
Gary Carter's. No, but I was trying to get like one copy of each. Maybe if it was not really like, I didn't go like for different colored patches or nothing. Just one of whatever that set is. So, but I was almost there too. But now I think I'm down to I have like 5 Geno autographs left. That's it.
how many games did he actually play for the Jets?
We started for 2 years. So he played, and he may have missed 1 or 2, but he probably played, I'm going to say at least an average of 14 first 2 years he played. And then I think the third year is when he broke his jaw.
Monday Night Football this year. Was it Sunday night or Monday night? He started a game for Seattle this year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Looked pretty good. He started 3 games for him.
He was out there.
He played pretty good. I mean, he always had that comeback the first game he came in there for Russell Wilson, who got hurt. And then, of course, threw the interception at the end. And then the next game he fumbled at the end and lost the game. Classic Geno. And then I think he won the next game.
Man, some of those Big 12 quarterbacks, they hang around the NFL for a long time. Like Colt McCoy, he's still in there. Chase Daniel, is he still around? Like he's made a heck of a career out of just being a backup that never played.
Well, if you're holding a clipboard, it's hard to get hit. So he can stick around.
Right.
Yeah, like Mark Brunell. Remember when Mark Brunell was like a big deal in like 96, 97, 98? And then somehow in like 2012, you're like, wait, that guy's still in the league? Like the last like 10 years of his career, he was collecting money. I was like, oh my God, he's played like once in the last 8 years.
I always think of Josh McCown, too. He was another guy that just.
Yeah, he was playing like, what, a year or two ago?
Yeah, he hung around forever.
Yep, started for the Jets one year.
Everybody started for the Jets one year.
Remember
Yeah.
when Brett Favre was there?
Yeah, I do.
There he is.
I do.
There he is.
I love Brett Favre. See, I think when we had Fitzpatrick, he's another one. Still in the league somehow. But yeah, I think McCown was out. I guess Fitzpatrick was 2 years in a row. And then McCown was in there for 1 year, started for a couple of games. I think they switched over to Darnold at that point. Maybe.
Fitzpatrick, man, he always somehow he ends up being a starter somewhere for a little while.
He's a starter, and then he either has a catastrophic injury or
it's the Fitz magic, dude.
Someone takes his job.
I guess so.
Didn't he started a few games with Buffalo? Didn't he get a huge contract with Buffalo, and then he was like out of there after like 6 games? It was like,
that sounds right.
Well, the Jets gave him like $20 million 1 year after he had that pretty good year the first year with him. But that was all Brandon Marshall and Decker. I mean, some of those passes that Marshall caught were freaking thrown awful. And Marshall turned into a touchdown somehow. And then Fitzmagic's great. I'm like, dude, he's terrible.
The most overpaid player in the history of the NFL, it's one of my guys, Sam Bradford.
Oh, yeah, that guy. He's still probably collecting a $20 million paycheck.
I mean, he's got to be the worst quarterback ever to make $100 million in a career, right? I mean, yeah, because even at the end when he was barely even playing, he signed like a 1-year deal for almost $20 million. I mean, just crazy.
Who did he go to? Was it Arizona?
I think that was
the last stop for him.
Maybe, yeah. But yeah, he just got hit too much early on, and he just wasn't. He was kind of like David Carr.
Isn't Blaine Gabbert still in the league too?
Yeah, he was Tampa Bay's backup, I think.
Could be, yeah.
Jeez, what a Tom Brady to Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah, I like what Jeff says down here. He said Bradford is the Bonilla of football.
Hold on.
A lot of truth to that.
Yeah, there's some Chad painting in the collection, Reese. 2 on display.
Pennington wasn't bad. He was all right.
That other guy on that card there is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Joe Namath and Chad Pennington. That just doesn't even seem right on the same card.
Chad probably better quarterback rating.
Oh, hey, yeah. Real quick, Michael Shane, what's up? I saw him on the chat. So, yeah. So last year at the National, I ran into one guy, and he's like, "You a Chad Pennington fan or Jets fan?" I'm like, "Both." He's like, "Yeah, I've known Chad. Chad Pennington was at my house last week with his kid. He's like one of our best friends." So I talked to him going into the National. He thought it was pretty cool.
That's pretty neat. Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, he went to high school with my wife, and then the college. They all went to college together, and they hang out."
Well,
Dave, you got one of those faces at the National. Everybody just wants to come up and talk to you. The guy in the hotel wanted to show a mantle that he didn't think the rest of us wanted to see.
You like the Yankees? You ever hear this guy, Mickey Mantle?
That story. He's always talking to somebody.
You've seen how it is, Scott, when you go to the National, though. Like, you walk around with some of these, YouTube celebrities, and like everybody's like coming around, and then they kind of look at guys like you and I, and they're like, have I seen a video of yours somewhere, or you just hang out with these something? I've seen it somewhere.
Everybody gets me confused for somebody else. I don't know.
Come on, Big. Big Scott.
We
feel
drove
bad
Matt me into drinking. He said he's got a beer now.
Yeah. Well, we started talking about Washington football team, and now he's all upset.
The Washington Commanders. What a name.
Yeah. Because he said it's a G.I. Joe bad guy.
I am going to give the heads up that my phone is on the brink of dying, so this stream could end abruptly at any moment.
It's not a micro stream until his.
It's not. Well, because I said at the beginning, we might be on for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It could be a few hours. I hope not, but that's what happens.
You know how this goes.
Oh yeah, I actually, never mind. I didn't think I had a cord down here. I can actually grab the cord. Not that we're going to go for another 2 hours, but at least it won't just randomly die.
Yeah, at least you can pick the ending point.
How long did we go, Dave, the night after the Hobby Palooza? That was a long one.
I don't know, couple hours.
Oh,
I think we were planning like a 30-minute be on there for like 30 minutes because we were pretty late when we got on. What time did Hobby Palooza end? Like 11? 11 League Central.
We're the after show, and it's like
2 a.m.
Yeah, that was another mistake. That was another night of could have had 6, 7, 8 hours sleep, and it turned into like 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I slept on the couch that night because I didn't want to go wake up my wife. It was that late. So,
well, we got Carlos here. He is the king of the 4-hour live chat. So
he is, man. He's made the 4-hour live stream cool.
Yes, he has.
I like his idea.
And they talk hockey. I love it.
I like his comment. If it can help me get better deals, I'm in.
This freaking thing working.
I started following him on Instagram, seeing all those hockey cards. I've really been digging that.
Oh yeah, he's got a great collection.
Yeah.
His Madonna collection is like man.
I was gonna say it, but I didn't want to miss say it and have him yelling at me in big letters over there in the comments. So.
Yeah, I need to get some hockey cards. My Ranger PC is pretty weak. It's like 2 cards.
I don't even know anyone who plays hockey anymore. I used to pay attention. Sidney Crosby, is he still good?
Yeah.
I don't know. He might have fallen off where no one likes him anymore,
That's a safe
It happens
safe
in these
pick.
other sports.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Nats man. We stayed on one night on your channel for a long time.
I think
I could do this kind of stuff all the time.
Carlos has the record, man. He'll probably correct me, but I think it was over 6 hours one time. He really had it going.
So that's what you do. You do at the national at the parties. Get a big live stream again. Just put a camera somewhere and there's like have it just sit there, and random people just keep going up to it.
Multi-hour.
Yeah, but we need to do it again.
Stream from what was that? Which one was that? That was Chicago.
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because we had to drive. Oh yeah, because I had the rental car.
Yeah, I remember. I watched that. I was watching that when you guys were doing it live because I wasn't at that show.
That was a different time. That was when you could have a whole box full of blasters.
Yeah, you guys were like in a bar somewhere, just opening up stuff. It was cool.
Yeah, just do that again. We'll just pass the camera around.
Should have saved all that stuff. They're all like $300 blasters now.
True.
You can go and sell it and stay in a place like Eric did last year. Those back pages.
But if I sold it all, I still couldn't afford a place in AC with their hotel prices.
We should definitely do that, though. We should get a bunch of us together at a bar this year, and we can all split a blaster.
Everybody put in. We'll get a basketball ball.
Everybody get the pack.
All right, Dave and Big Scott, you guys are gonna share this pack from the blaster. You guys show off every other card.
Yeah.
Be like NASCAR. Found some NASCAR blasters.
Yeah, it wouldn't be able to be one of the three major sports either.
God, that Cleveland National, the wax was so cheap there. I remember people buying like that one product was terrible. It was a Chronicles baseball product. It was a terrible product, but I think people were buying blasters for like $4.
Yeah, it was Ted. It was named Ted, right?
There was stuff that was so cheap.
Well, not as cheap as AC in 2015. Well, maybe the blasters.
Those Donruss hobby boxes for like $25 or something.
$25.
I still have those. I have that video. I have like just the footage of all the trash sitting there piled up.
It's awesome.
Good times.
I think it was the 2019 National where you could still get Prism basketball blasters for like under SRP. Like you could buy them at the National cheaper than you could at Walmart.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad then. 2019 wasn't bad.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you can go with Sunday, and they were, you can get them cheap.
It was like $17, I think, for a Prism basketball blaster that year.
Yeah.
Which those
and
are probably
somehow things went crazy, and they were like $300 a blaster.
Yeah.
Then people were fist fighting in Targets and Walmart parking lots for them.
I still don't understand what you think you're going to get out of it. I don't know. Are you still in the getting basketball stuff, Andy? Or
I mean, I haven't bought much lately because, I'm kind of, some of the stuff that I like, the prices are just, they're just too crazy still on some of that stuff. So, I mean, mainly what I've done really like over the last, I would say 6 months to a year is mostly like trading if I've picked up new stuff.
Right.
Some of the stuff that I just happen to have that may have went nuts, you just trade that for something else.
Right.
A lot of times. Because, some of the stuff, man, it's still bananas on the basketball stuff.
Yeah. I feel like baseball has kind of come down a little bit. It's still not where it used to be, but I think we're at a new normal. And but basketball and football are just crazy. I love hockey now because at least that's kind of stayed reasonable. So I enjoy watching it. And
I just don't. I don't understand how people buy like a box of Mosaic for like $700. Like
I don't
what's
either.
the breakdown on that? Like, aren't you like going to
You
be lucky to get
pass
$100
economics
worth
to
of
understand
cards?
that. Right. I don't know.
You're getting skunked like 99% of the time. There's no way around it.
Like, but you can't even work hard. Like, there's other stuff. Like, I broke a lot of the tops, right? Like, it's a lot of work, but you can at least work to get a portion of your money back.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot of effort, but like, I feel like Mosaic football, for example, and not that I don't know what the singles go, but I feel like there's just no possibility unless you hit something massive to get 1/10 of your money back. Like,
there's not. I mean, because like in baseball with the rookies and prospects, there's at least some hope for those guys. But in football, you have all these offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and stuff like that. I mean, they're just never gonna be worth anything. I mean, it doesn't. Even if they're really good players, a lot of times they just don't have much hobby appeal to people.
Well put. So someone out there probably bought a hobby box of some product and got a Eliza Vera Tucker as their autograph for several $100, and I got mine for $2 plus shipping. So,
yeah,
winner.
And the NFL products too, like you'll know this, Dave. They're really bad about putting like undrafted guys in these product autos and stuff, like guys that don't even make teams. I mean,
right.
Well, that's what I don't like about some of the football stuff, because at least baseball, like, I mean, granted, there's still bad autographs, right? But at least if I get a Phillies player, just for PC wise, at least the guy played for them. He may have ended up having 25 at bats, but at least I can't stand when you get someone who literally didn't even make the team, like didn't even catch a pass in a preseason game. I'm like, why is this guy in the product? Let alone an expensive product.
Well, and then it's with baseball too. Like when you get a prospect, I mean, at least they have minor leagues. Like football, there's no minor leagues. It's like
Yeah.
you either make the team or you're nothing. I mean,
Well, I remember
it's brutal.
we were talking earlier. What my Taj Boyd autographs. Like, I had a National Treasures Taj Boyd autograph. Like, how is he even in National Treasures? Like, I could see when he was in like Basic Bowman, or even Tops, or whatever, one of those first couple products, Score. But how is he in the main products? It doesn't make sense how these guys are in those products.
Yeah.
I mean,
It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
They do that in basketball too. Like like in some of the like National Treasures and stuff, like you'll pull like a Cliff Livingston auto or something, it's like, some dude that played for the Bulls like 20 years ago, like barely played. I mean, yeah, those guys should not be in those high-end products, I don't think. And they probably do it in baseball too, right? Where they put like, just some scrub from like 30 years ago, put autos of them in there.
I mean, at least baseball is more so towards like a product like Topps Archive that's you kind of know. I mean, there's some big names on the checklist, but a lot of it's fan favorites. So at least they're guys that like some people like they weren't maybe the best players, but at least there's some sort of collector's base. Granted, maybe not enough to make it more than a $5 auto, but it's also only like $120 box. It's not $900.
So obviously I got great examples here. I got my archives right next to me here.
I mean, though the Dynasty product, I've never broken Dynasty because back when it was $300 a box, I thought it was ridiculous, and now it's like $800 or something. That checklist has definitely grown. So like last year, people were getting murdered on that. They were paying $600, $800, and they were getting a freaking Trevor Bauer autograph, and it was like, all right, cool, this is $30.
Yeah.
So here, good example.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I have that card.
To me, this card's awesome.
Me too.
Right? But it's cheap. I love this thing. And if I pulled this out of an archives box, I'd probably be like, all right, cool. Yep. But if I pulled Tim Tuffle out of Flawless, I'd be fucking furious.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that you don't like that card, but you don't want to be pulling that out of like a $1,200 box, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That makes sense.
You're giving ideas. Someone from Panini's watching this live stream, and next year Tim Tuffle's gonna have a 101 patch card and Flawless Baseball.
Yeah, with his hat cut off.
I don't know that we could do any damage to them. I think they've got the market cornered on bad ideas already. That's just my opinion.
They still doing points in their products. I haven't opened too much Panini.
Yeah, I think they do put points in still.
I'm looking at a Panini points card right in front of me. Thrown up.
I've got underneath everything. I think the thing that pissed me off the most was the fact that once you went to redeem it and you finally like picked through like the garbage that was there to choose from, and you're like, oh, this is at least half decent. They wanted like $6 for shipping. I was like, wait, what? You can't comp that shipping?
I remember opening a box with Mike and Luke up North Collectors of like Prism Fast Break basketball at the National a couple years ago. And I pulled like, I can't remember, it was like some crazy number of points. But I ended up taking it over to like Blowout, and they bought it for like, it was like almost $400. It was like by far the best thing I pulled was just the points card. And I had no idea. Like, whenever I opened it,
100 points though.
Whenever I opened it, I was like, points. And then Mike and Luke are like, that's a lot of points. And I was like, is it? I don't know. They're like, that's actually really good.
I don't open too much Panini stuff anymore. I think I might have opened like a blaster or two of Prism Baseball this year. Maybe one hobby box of Donruss Baseball, and then a couple football blasters, lower end stuff. But
yeah,
I opened before the Super Bowl. I opened a couple boxes of what the hell, Chronicles football from last year. I was like, yeah, that's actually a fun product and it's pretty cheap. I don't know. I think they're only like $30 a blasters.
Chronicles is actually pretty fun because you just get a lot of variety of different brands and stuff. So it's kind of neat. But they've really just started, just it was a lot better a couple years ago before they just started just printing the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Well, probably a fun box for like just base rookies.
Yeah, it
that's
is.
what it's for.
But they started what I don't like I don't mind products like that if they want to up the print run on them, but they shouldn't up the price also. It's like do one or the other. Like if you want to raise the price, then lower the print run. But I don't like it when they do both.
Select football. I feel like they made like 8 billion boxes of that last year, and I somehow still wasn't able to get any.
They did. People were really upset when they made select retail.
Sports card investor was.
Well, yeah, he definitely was. But that was kind of one of those products that, and I think some products should stay just hobby only. I don't know if that's one of them, but I kind of like the idea of some of them just being hobby.
I don't know why baseball-wise, why Topps did Bowman Chrome retail this year. I thought that was kind of weird. That doesn't seem like I get regular Bowman, but like Bowman Chrome, I was like, how many people literally are just walking like your casual like customer, like super casual, not that they can necessarily find the stuff anymore, but like Bowman Chrome, they're going to open it and be like, who the hell are all these guys? Like, it's going to be mostly prospects that they've never heard of. I feel like that would just turn them off of like buying cards.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Because, it's a very prospect heavy.
Because most baseball fans don't know the prospects, let alone a casual baseball fan. They're like, who the hell's this guy?
Yeah. Do you guys keep up with the prospects?
I do.
Not super well, but.
Not on Filmington level, but yeah, I do. I
used to do that, but I haven't the last couple of years because I used to love like Bowman draft, stuff like that. So I really keep up with the prospects, but I haven't in the last few years.
I'll pull up top 100 and stuff like that. And if I go to a minor league game, I always pull up who's on the teams and everything, look at who's the prospects. So I know who to watch.
It's fun.
I have no clue who's in the minor leagues, so I have no idea who the Mets are coming up. I guess I know Jason Dominguez for the Yankees. That's about it.
Is that because you bought his superfractor for $500,000 or whatever it sold for?
You're looking at a few more years before Jason Dominguez comes up. So.
That's where they lost me with the prospecting is when the guys in the minor league started selling for way more than the really good players that are already in the major leagues.
But Jason, he didn't even have that good of a year last year, I don't think. I don't know what his final stats were. I know at one point he was struggling, but I'm like, I get being excited and I get like prospecting and paying a little bit, but like I don't when cards start selling for, like you said, 50,000, 100,000, like the dude's 19 and has like 200 professional at bats. Like,
was he 19 last year? I thought he was 18.
He might have been, I don't know, but
and he started in low A ball. I mean, and that's where he ended up. So, that two.
Well, even, I mean, I'm more like I collected my PC guys, but then even in baseball, like those prospects are not going to be on the team they're drafted by. It's very rare.
Right.
You're going to get traded in some kind of other deals.
Mm-hmm.
So
Fernando Tatis, first Bowman, White Sox.
Yep.
Trade it for James Shields.
Good deal.
That stings.
Well, Kelenic with the Mets. Now he's with Mariners. And
yeah, I don't even know who that is. He came up. Did he come up this year? Was he a rookie last year?
Who, Kelenic?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He had too many at bats, so that was his rookie year.
Oh.
I don't know who got the Topps rookie all-star though for outfield if he didn't get one of them. So he actually had a pretty good ending to his year.
Yeah, but I think he was buried. His batting average was buried so bad for a while that
when he started.
yeah, I think his average was still terrible by the end.
Right.
But I honestly think a lot I mean, rookie classes, we get definitely baseball wise got very spoiled because 2017 was, I don't know how deep it was, but Bellinger and Judge obviously had historic seasons. And then 2018, you have Otani and Acuna and Devers and just tons of guys. And of course, Soto in the later products. 2019, also big with Tatis. So there was obviously going to be a fall off, but I do think a lot of the prospects, I mean, the fact that these guys didn't play the year before, no minor league,
Right.
like expectations and the hobby boom didn't really work in their favor for them to have the on-field success that would take for them to keep up with the lofty expectations that everyone in the hobby has for these guys and paying ridiculous prices, like because almost all the rookies struggled, or the majority of them. So I think you could see some bounce back for some of these players.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit with Bobbles on my you'll see tomorrow night on my Let's Talk. We
Shameless plug there.
YouTubing. We the class last year, everybody kind of overlooked, and it's always the next year anyway. Now it's Wander Franco, so nobody cares. But that class last year fit a lot of holes, and you'll see a lot of longevity with those players. I think you're not going to see probably any superstars, but you'll have some all-stars and some guys that make great, additions to their teams. I think with the rookie class from last year. I mean, and you might see us who you don't know what the future holds for those guys. So I just think our hobby now is always what's now, not what last year is. Gets over.
I mean, I think sports in general, people just they want what they, you want that instant gratification. You want your quarterback to be like Joe Burrow and help you reach the Super Bowl, going from 4 wins to the Super Bowl. But then when they lose the Super Bowl, even though he's getting murdered by his horrific offensive line and the fact that the Rams have a great defensive line, all of a sudden it's like, oh, he stinks. He didn't complete a pass on 4th down to keep the game alive. Like, it's just hobby wise, it's like that as well. Oh, you didn't win the game. Boom, your prices dropped 50%. Not that they weren't inflated.
Did Stafford's go up 50% after that?
Do you guys think that one of the reasons that you're seeing such dramatic ups and downs with these prices is because a lot of these people that have entered the hobby don't really watch the games, so they have these unrealistic expectations of these guys?
Well, that's Wesker Griff's theory. These guys don't watch the games. I kind of with some of the things that have been said, I kind of agree with that.
Because it's almost like a guy can go out there and hit 50 home runs, and then there'll be people that be like, well, yeah, but he didn't steal 30 bases too or something, I'm like, I mean, what is,
Thank you, Carlos. I got smooth, shameless promo. I like that. Thank you, Carlos. It means a lot coming from you. I'm getting better.
We got here, Crazy Kev. You have Ben McDonald, Greg Jeffries, prospect. Don't forget the Alex Fernandez and the Todd Van Poppels.
Well, Ben McDonald.
Davis is in the house. So what's up, Aaron?
I feel bad for Ben McDonald because he came out of LSU after they won the World Series, and they pitched him every game as much as he could. And then he went right into the pros after that. I don't even think he went. He might have played a few games in the minors, but his arm was spent. And he had a good career, but it wasn't great. And Greg Jeffries was an all-star. He had a good season.
2-time all-star.
Huh?
2-time all-star, I think.
Yeah.
No,
Greg Jeffries isn't as bad as people in the hobby make him out to be.
And you got to remember,
was he as good as people projected him to be? Of course not. But
he hurt his knee.
But that's the thing that's the expectations are for you to right. That's even Wander Franco. His shit is so expensive, and he has to be an MVP finalist to. So what happens if he has a sophomore year where he has a good year, but not a great year. Tampa Bay maybe comes back to earth, struggles a little bit, hits like 270 with like 25 homers, and then say Julio Rodriguez or one of the big rookies that are expected to be called up has a monster second half. Next thing you know, does he become like in the rearview mirror in the blink of an eye? Like, it's possible.
Well, I think Bobby Witt's going to be the shit in the second half. He'll probably come up after April, and I mean that dude has been great everywhere he's played at. So, I mean, do you not?
And his
agree with
dad
that?
was only okay, so all the juniors are way better. So
Yeah. You know, and with Greg Jeffries, back to that, everybody forgets about the next guy after Jeffries was supposed to be Kevin Elster, and he was the big letdown to me. But I'm a Mets guy, so I remember those days. So
nobody cares about his Mets hype, and everyone only cares about his hobby hype.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Kevin Elster to be in Topps archives. I need to get an autograph of him.
I have an autograph of him. I got it. I think I got it on card, like signing, and I feel pretty confident it's real because I think I paid like $10 for it. So I got a Greg Jeffries in person on helmet.
Nice.
At the National in Cleveland, actually.
I got some refractor. I got a card signed by him with a free ticket at the National too. I remember.
Yeah.
I just kept waiting. I was like, I ain't waiting in line for this dude for more than like 6 minutes. And towards the end, I was like, all right, sweet. It'll be a 3-minute wait. I'll go get this sign now.
Mm-hmm. I actually talked to him for a little bit, you know, thanked him for being as good. I just thanked him for being a good player because he probably doesn't get that a lot. I don't.
You didn't give him an earful and say, you know what, I invested a ton of money in your rookie cards and you didn't do shit.
You know how much I lost on you?
Yeah, right. In 1989, I think I might be sending one in of him. Oh, yep.
Oh, I love that card.
Yeah, I'm at CSG at $12.
$12 for a CSG 7.5.
That's right.
Jeffrey's Rook.
That's my favorite card of his.
Yeah, I love that Future Star. It's just
that's a good card.
When you pulled that card as a kid, you thought you had done something.
That's right.
You know, that was big time. I love that one.
I like the 88 score with him jumping. I think it was the yellow border and it's like.
Yep. When you said that, it popped right in my head. Got it in
you have it right in front of you too. That's just crazy.
What's that?
This might be one of those nights I go on Sport Lots and just order like 50 Greg Jeffries cards. 18 cents a piece.
I want them all. No, actually, that's from my actual childhood there. Well, 1989, that was my senior in high school. I wasn't too much of a child. I was a little Big Scott then.
See, I would have been 10 years old, 1989. That's like, right. You know, I'd only been collecting for probably like 2 years at that point. 87 tops was what really got me going.
Yeah, mine was 86. 86 tops.
Mine would be 83. So probably about the same age as, 83. I really liked that year.
I'm not used to being the youngest guy in the room, but, it's kind of nice.
What was yours, Mike?
I mean, 89 is when I got started.
Okay.
I was 7. So.
Yeah. Wow. I was like 8 years old when I bought my first pack of 87 tops. And I remember it was at a gas station.
87 Donruss. We got here 89 Donruss.
Yeah. I mean, my first cards go back to 74, but that was with my dad. We talk about baseball cards. Take the cards out, talk about the players. So,
and I don't know what it was like across the country, but at least where I lived, 87 Fleer seemed like premium. You know, like you couldn't hardly find those anywhere. Was that the way it was for you guys, or?
Yeah, 87 tops was in Don Ross was at my 7-Eleven, hanger packs, box, whatever. The LCS, you can go to LCS and get the Fleer, but they won't in like my local gas stations and stuff like that.
But Fleer was like $1 a pack.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times.
You ever tops was 50 cents a pack in 87? It was like 35 cents in like 86. I don't know after that.
There used to be so many card shops too. I remember the one town
Where I was at,
small town had like 4 of them.
yeah,
And in the surrounding area, there were literally like 15 card shops, and that'll just never happen again now because of online stuff.
Well, you got to.
There's a couple, but
to pay rent, you got to. Gosh, I always talk to the guy at mine because he has to have all the other stuff like selling, hats and gloves and team stuff, logo stuff. That's how he pays his rent, and the cards are kind of on top of that. So.
I feel like I gotta go to my closet over here and pull out some 80s rookies real quick, start showing some stuff off.
Andy has to go to his closet / vault over there. Go get his.
my things have changed from 50 cent packs of cards to $26,000 boxes of cards. Like, what the hell?
My big thing was the hanger packs, so you can see what cards are on the top and the bottom. So you look for your favorite player and get the solo hangers or the solo.
Yeah, I remember like the 90 Donruss rack packs.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, Ken Griffey's on the front. I gotta buy this pack.
That's right. Yeah,
I wish I would have saved more of them unopened. They'd be cool.
And I used to love
the box I got from
too.
So Caleb's Cards sent me I guess I won his contest, so I got a box of 89 tops over here. I should just bust this up live right now.
I love 89 tops, but that is like the worst set ever. There's like nobody in the regular set, right?
Well, you get Gary Sheffield.
I guess it's Sheffield, yeah.
And you have
because Randy Johnson and Griffey are both in the traded.
No, Randy Johnson's in both. He's in regular and tops traded.
Yeah.
Sheffield, Johnson.
Yeah, what Johnson in the traded set is in the Mariners, right?
It was
no,
Expos Mariners, I guess, right?
Yeah, I think he's Expos in the regular and
Mariners
in the sec and the other one. Jim Abbott, Robin Ventura.
The draft pick cards, are those true rookies? Get Victor back in here.
They are. Rob Dibble rookies I think in 89 tops. I don't think that's in the traded. I have it on my spreadsheet. I should just pull that up right now.
Jim Abbott was in the base, right?
Yeah. Oh, I can pull it up.
I think he does have a traded card in the Angels uniform. In the regular set, he's a draft pick card.
Okay.
I can tell you. Hold on. Let me pull up my spreadsheet real quick.
I seen him pitch live. That was amazing to watch him pitch. So when my dad bought his tickets right behind the plate, it was for Team USA against Cuba. But man, it was amazing to watch him pitch.
Let's see, 89 tops. Yeah, Abbott, Brady Anderson, Steve Avery. Biggio's in the regular set. Randy Johnson. Dibble. Dante Bichette.
One of the big guys was Andy Bennis.
Yeah. Chris Sabo.
Oh, there's it.
Rex Specs.
There you go. One of my best friends had it wearing when he played baseball. Rex Specs in '89.
Yeah. So Smoltz, Johnson, Biggio, and Sheffield will be the 4 big ones.
The chef.
Gary Sheffield, 500 home runs. No Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and he hit like 298 for his career. He's just under 300. So it wasn't like he was just a home run hitter and just struck out and sucked. He was actually a really good hitter. He should be in. I'm gonna go bust out that box real quick. See what I can find.
I did start a
Got the itch.
forever ago. I started doing the '89 Topps Hall of Fame set registry or whatever. I was doing that, and then I was like, I just for some reason stopped buying them for a while, and then I just never logged on the PSA's website again. But I wouldn't mind finishing that someday.
How many Hall of Famers are in that set?
It's a pretty good number. I mean, it was in the 30s. I'm sure it's like 40, 50 at this point, maybe. Because you got guys like Harold Baines and stuff like that. Like
Let's find out.
Jose Canseco.
I'll open a couple of these packs. I'm not going to open the box.
You're going to break your teeth on the gum.
Yeah, eat the gum.
And this gum is pristine, dude.
Send it in to CSG for grading.
Let's see what we got here.
Those packs have been resealed. That gum looks too good.
Probably has. These are pretty solid cards, too.
Oh, there we go. 87 Topps rack.
We got the lighter. And here we go.
Hey, that's
Fuck it. We're going to get the Stemics on here. Maybe I'll hook them up with all these twins. Let's see here.
Gary Carter there.
Yeah, all three of them have Gary Carter on them. Why else would I keep them like that? Come on. Greatest catcher ever.
I thought maybe you were a investor.
Pretty solid Robin Yount.
Look at this.
What's that, Mike?
I thought you were a Rack Pack investor.
That's where the future is. I have a graph and everything.
Pack 2, let's hit some fire. Yeah, this gum's not that good. 2 pieces.
Yeah, that would be graded authentic gum.
Yeah.
No numerical grade on it, though.
No, we can't give it a grade. Can't give it a numerical
Prospect.
grade.
Devon White.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he was a member of the 93 Blue Jays.
He's a good player.
Solid. Yep.
And here's another Hall of Famer, Ricky.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
You're one of my favorite Mets right here.
Nike. I got another one of my favorite Mets that I'm sitting in, but he's not in a Mets uniform.
I don't know how I do this. Every time I do a live stream, I end up outnumbering myself. Mets fans.
I said that one in.
Oh, Howard Johnson.
Hojo, the hotel guy.
Yeah, he's one of my top 10 Mets of all time, easily.
Howard Johnson Hotel's still around.
Yeah,
They are.
Yeah.
The last time I stayed in one, I paid like $300 a night because it was
Thought it
across
was
the
about an
street
hour.
from Fenway Park.
Thought it was about an hour. Howard Johnson, like $10 an hour.
One of the things I remember about Howard Johnson was when I would play video games as a kid, and if you would play with the Mets, Howard Johnson was just horrific on defense. He was so bad. Like, they would hit a ground ball to him, and it would just like bounce off of him, Like, it was so bad. You couldn't even play him.
But he could hit.
He could hit, but you just prayed they didn't hit it to him.
So, I already got a duplicate.
Man.
It's going to be the same pack.
Come on, Topps. Send in a complaint. Say their this sort was just terrible.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I already had 2 doubles. Canseco.
I watched your jumbo break the other day, Mike, of Topps, and you got quite a few doubles, didn't you, in that first box?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get some because it's a 330 card set, and I think it's like 460 cards in a jumbo box. But it's not just that you get duplicates. There was definitely like 2-pack. You got the run of like 20 straight cards.
Right, it's the
this
same.
is exactly
right,
the same.
exact
Like,
pack.
not even mixing it up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Unless it's the pack you want. But
Yeah.
Math Man asked if Tatis is the Howard Johnson 2.0. Taking a shot at his fielding.
He's in the outfield.
Pretty good box bar there, Mike.
Dude, those
Oh, it's
some
got
of those,
Cal
I don't know
Ripken
what
on
if they actually go for a lot, but like I've seen like graded ones that go for ridiculous prices, like some of the old Fleer boxes and
The box itself graded or the panels? on
no,
it?
they the panel.
Yeah, you can take out the panel.
I mean, granted, it takes 6 years to get back and probably cost you $500, but
Right. So just factor that in.
Big slab, yeah.
I used to love those when I was a kid though. Getting like the bonus cards on the bottom of the box.
Yeah, you
The-
go and
yeah,
look
the
at
Schmidt
who's
on
the
that
bottom.
one.
Yeah. Yeah. You had to look to see what was on the bottom before you got one.
And then the first couple years of Topps Finest, they would have like the cards like glued to it. There was no back; it was just the front or whatever, but it was an actual card.
Yeah, the only place I could get boxes where I live, I had to go to the candy seller, wholesaler. That was the only place to get. Our card shop didn't sell boxes, so you can get packs, but not boxes. Kind of sucked.
Yeah, I think in the first year they did Finest Football, they had like the big jumbo box toppers.
Mm-hmm.
You get one of those in each box.
I just picked up a cool Bruce Smith football finest from somebody. Can't remember who.
Wonder who.
I had him in person at the Natural a few years ago.
Who was? I think was it 95 Finest Football? I used to love those.
Yeah.
That one you had is probably like 94.
I think it is 94 now that you said that.
Back in 1989, did you ever think, 23 years later, you'd be sitting on something on like a phone that somehow had this access to this thing called the internet and someone would be opening a box of 89 Topps cards? Gotta show us this
I
file.
probably can't. This is a family channel. I probably can't tell you what I was thinking about back in 1989, but I was too busy playing ball and wondering if I was going to get into a college or not. That's about it.
Well, I'm sure back in 1999 you weren't thinking that in 2021 you'll be flying to Chicago to go open 92 Topps either.
No, definitely not.
Good point.
It was enough to think you'd drive like 30 minutes
While
to get a card show,
in
let
the
alone
middle of
get
the
on an
night,
airplane.
everybody's doing a trade show in the middle of their lobbies on the floor or anywhere else they could be at. Yeah. And I'm opening up 91 Fleer or whatever.
That is definitely a thought
92.
vision I'll never forget. The sheer terror in the eyes of those employees at that hotel where the Filmington meetup was. They were just like,
Yeah.
what is going on? What do we do? Are we safe? Like, who are these people? What is wrong with them? Like,
Yeah.
do we call the police, the fire department? Like, what? Should we
I don't think we'll ever see anything
barricade
like that
ourselves
again.
in a room?
I really
Like,
don't.
what is up?
It was that was crazy.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad for the people that just happened to be staying there for something else. Because that hotel just got taken over.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
The hotel we were staying in, though, they just kind of just gave up and gave a conference room and let them go in there. Remember that? We went back there. Somebody put up a paper sign saying trade night, and they were all in that conference room.
Yeah, and I remember walking in, let's see what's in here. And I was like, all right, it's a bunch of 14-year-olds selling $2,000 cards.
Yeah.
Time to move on.
And it was the one dealer that you got that Clemente rookie from. He was in there. We're like, man, he's here. It was his friend, the other guy, but it was the same dealers. Yeah.
Anybody remember what the error is on this card?
Mm-mm.
No.
Why does it say
Might
error?
have a big hit there. I don't know. I got my first rookie.
There you go.
I think Blackjack was a rookie. God damn it.
Look at the
Pull
back.
up the spreadsheet.
Back to the spreadsheet. Yep.
Nah, I think he was like an 88.
Yeah, he might have. I think 88. He was I know he was in traded, but I wasn't sure if that was an XRC.
He might have been in like Fleer or Donruss.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 80. 88.
Let's take a pen out, right? Rookie debut on it.
Yeah.
Just write the RC up in the corner.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but nobody cares about that rookie card stuff anyways. People just go with whatever you say. No big deal.
Well, so far, no fire. You go, Big Scott.
There you go.
Ooh,
That's a pretty one too.
look at centering on that.
Send it in.
Yeah.
No.
Send it in for $50.
Jacked up corner.
I already got a 10 on a one like that. I'm good. I got that completed. Base tops.
Well, I wasn't going to open this whole box, but
At least halfway there.
This is exciting. 89 tops.
I need this hit.
89 tops is like Pringles.
Yeah, and that's, man, it was the thing for a while. Always looking for get the
Reverse negative Juan Gonzalez.
yeah, the eras, birth dates or
Yeah, 90 Pro Set football is pretty much filled with errors.
I'm pretty sure 2022 tops, Mike Yastrzemski's name is spelled incorrectly.
Really?
I'm pretty sure it. I think it's like KSI at the end or something, or S something. I'm pretty sure they misspelled it.
whose name?
Mike Yastrzemski.
Oh, yeah.
Might have to double check that. But
I got the first hit of the box.
relic or auto or points?
Oh,
Base rookie.
Hall of Fame rookie.
Nice and off-centered in the back, though.
Don't send to SGC. That's
That's a CSG 6.
Right.
PSA 9. It's on the
Well,
back.
Get the send it in to CSG. Get the subgrade so we know how they grade it centering wise.
What sucks, I was actually hoping that was going to be a little better centered. I might send it in.
Front was nice.
These are CSG type cards.
I don't know. There's you can make a case they might be GMA cards.
I used to have some old GMA slabs that I just like with my hand just busted it open, took the card out.
That's what I like to see.
All right.
There is one of the new grading companies. You could just take like a pin or something and just pop the sides open, and they pop right open. They're just
someone wasn't even sonically sealing them. I was like,
yeah.
I could probably buy slab. You could probably buy slabs on Amazon and glue them shut.
I know on Etsy they had the snaps, the snap ones. Look just like the same size as PSA, snapped together. You can see though they were snapped. That's why I feel bad for new people getting into it.
Carlos wants you to send it to HDA and get a custom label.
That'd probably run you about $30. You get it back in 9 months if they don't go out of business.
Yeah,
And it might even have another error because they didn't spell the name right on the top. So
yeah, it could be a dual error.
that's one thing. Like
I will say I did a few subs with them back when they first started, and like and it was all ultra modern stuff, but like I actually thought their grading for those cards was actually
Not an error.
they graded what it should have been.
I fucked it up.
I still wouldn't trust them to authenticate anything expensive, but
Right.
I was actually surprised. And their cases are actually awesome, but again, I don't see them sticking around too long.
Yeah, I don't either really.
Well, the whole story of why I got started just kind of, I was like, well, this guy just got it started because he got tired of, he got a lot of money and he got tired of waiting on his cards at PSA. So I'm going to start up my own business so I don't have to grade at PSA.
Yeah, I remember that interview where he was talking about why he started it. I was like, that seems like an odd reason to start.
I wasn't buying cards, but I like to gamble, so I decided to buy cards so I can feed my gambling addiction. So he was buying cases every day to open. What the hell?
Must be nice. I mean, that sounds like fun.
I mean, more power to you.
Not as fun as ripping a box of 89 tops.
Well,
This is awesome. I got a big pile of binder cards here, so worth it.
I'm just enjoying hearing the sound of the old school top shuffle, card shuffle.
Opening up of the actual wax pack. The last year of it. Right? Because
you could probably record just opening a box, not saying anything, and just play that. Like you'd probably get like 1 million views of just the audio clip. Just loop it for like 8 hours. People
it'd be like
fall asleep to it.
An ASMR card video.
I should grade all these wrappers.
What's up, Will?
Here you go.
What else here?
Second big of the box.
Nice.
Rookie cup.
Rookie card. All right. I need the Johnson. Did I grade it? I can't remember what I graded. Which
Somebody clip that.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's Pepino, man, when you need him?
That's going to show up somewhere.
Here we go. Wow. There's a Smoltz.
Oh, but it's not
That
the
looks
Johnson.
pretty well centered.
Nah, it's off.
Yeah.
It's off.
I'm also watching this on a phone with 4 people, so it's pretty small.
Right. That looks pretty good. That is a card, right?
Corners are sharp.
Oh.
Now I just need to get the duplicates of these. Alomar rookie. You hear the draft picks?
Oh, yeah, for my Cubs.
Jerome Walton in 89 tops.
No, I think he's 90.
Yeah, Jerome Walton is
Centering.
Is he in top traded, maybe?
In 89? I don't know.
People who like
Maybe.
are 5 or 10 years younger, just like, who the hell's Jerome Walton?
Oh, man. Jerome Walton and Dwight Smith, that was going to be the Cubs outfield for like 15 years, right? Yeah, that's
Man, drinking beer with a straw is okay. You don't want to mess up your lipstick.
There's the Abbott.
There you go.
And then the
Michigan. Oh, nice.
the rookie hot pack.
Steve Avery.
You know, that's one thing too that I really hadn't thought about is like back then, like, you know, the fact that he was like in a Michigan jersey and then Steve Avery was like in a high school jersey or something there, right? We didn't give a crap about that, but people would just bitch and complain about that today if that came out now.
Right.
Like, that's not a rookie, he's in a Michigan jersey.
That's a prospect.
Right. Yeah, we didn't care about that stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, there you go.
That's actually, that might be a 10. I got left here.
Any gum stains on these cards?
Not really.
Isn't it somebody trying to complete a set with
I
Gumstain?
thought like Pat Neshek or one. I thought someone like that was doing that. They were doing, maybe it was someone else doing the complete set with gum stains on the back.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
I had one on a
Interesting way to do it.
there's a gum stain on one of these cards, so not a big deal.
Send it in, win a T-shirt.
I think you win the hat where the ball sticks to the
There you go.
Yeah.
Wanting a Johnson and a hat where the ball stick to it.
Now,
Where's the Pino man when you need him?
Now here's the shirt one.
Yeah.
All right. Ten more packs to go.
Oh my god.
The suspense. But you already got all the big cards.
No, I was looking for Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess I'm
What
not
is
really
it,
looking for
36
Sheffield.
packs? How many cards per pack?
Probably like 15, I bet.
8, 9, 10, 15.
Yeah. Man, you're killing this. We're used to like these 7-card box or 7-pack boxes, nowadays.
Yeah, now it's you open the box, you get 2 cards.
Right.
Cost you $600.
Buy a chrome box.
They're
get
worth
Top
not
comes
much
4.
more than that box of 89 tops.
Get satisfied.
All right. Come on, Randy Johnson. I can't remember. Did I send that? Hold on. No, it's in. All right. No, I sent in a Randy Johnson score rookie on that first CSG order. So I still need this one graded. So
What'd you
hopefully-
get on it? The
I
score.
got a 9, I think.
It's not too bad. That's like a PSA 12.
Yeah.
Right. CSG
I did-
pretty tough.
I got my third Kirby Puck in the box, though. 3. There you go. There you go, Mike.
Darren Dalton.
There you go.
Old Dutch. Which
I remember thinking it was so funny, like whenever like Darren Dalton and John Kruk would be like smoking in the dugout during the games.
is it the 89 Fleer that's got the Marbell sign in the back of Randy Johnson? That's the,
Yep.
the one that everybody looks for that one.
And Cargo's pretty
Plus the
expensive.
Billy Ripken.
Without the blackout, it's a pretty expensive card.
Yeah. Yeah, F-Face, that took off here the last couple of years.
Second Ventura. Super off-centered.
They ever make a card of him but getting his ass kicked by Nolan Ryan?
Before and after.
I'm surprised they didn't do like a Project 70 card of that.
That would sell very well.
Yeah,
I
that's why I
would
didn't
maybe
draw
buy
it.
one.
Yeah, I would.
Well, I know that he does sign a lot on on photographs of those. Like they'll have dual like Nolan Ryan, Robin Shore autographs with Ventura getting his ass whipped, and he still sign those. You see him a lot. Like I wouldn't.
You pay them enough, they'll sign anything.
Yeah,
Didn't
true.
he hit a walk-off grand slam for the Mets in the playoffs? And it was credited as a single. Was that him in a playoff game or something?
Because they only needed
Sure.
one run.
Yeah, I think so. That might have
He
been
went over the fence, but like he ran to first or second and got mobbed. So
it was the 2000, probably the 2000 World Series run, possibly.
Wow,
I'm pretty sure he's on
2000. That was 20 years ago.
That's
Wasn't
awesome.
it? Even more.
the Stemic said he got the Randy and the F-Face in the same box.
It's a big box.
That's what she said. And
All right. 4 more to go.
You think there's anyone watching this stream once it's archived at this point in the stream? If you are, put a comment down
you
below.
are a big winner.
Now,
Stay tuned, because we're giving away a 1989 Robin Ventura.
the big
card.
question is, if they're watching it on the replay, are they thinking, I wonder if he's going to build a base set after this?
Dude, what's funny is I just broke apart my 89 top set to try to get some cards graded out of it. So I have like a shit ton of this stuff right now.
Dave's midlife card crisis, also known as 89 top super collector.
Yeah, that could be. You should name this one like, is 89
prospect.
still a good investment?
You will get a lot of quick comments. What are you, an idiot? Buy Prism.
Right.
Where's the chrome inserts? Rainbow
Exactly,
foil.
man. They'll be like, geez, man, you could have got a box of Prism for like 500.
Dude, so one of my videos from a long time ago was like a PSA reveal, and it was all like 80s rookies, most of them. And I got all these comments all the time saying, why are you grading that shit? Like, it's $5 to grade them?
It's my shit, and I like it.
Yeah, well, thanks to COVID, it was well worth that $5. I sold I sold my 85 Topps Eric Davis for PSA 9 for like $80 during COVID. Paid $9 for it. Sold my Vince Coleman for like $60. Rookie card during COVID, PSA 10, and then bought it in a 9 for a couple bucks.
I am the tart.
God, never have the time to go back at some of the old comments. I can't believe people actually get like bent out of shape about like comments that people post on videos. Like, I've gotten so many over the years, and it's just back like in the day. I used to just reply, like just troll them right back. Like, oh, thank you for watching. I appreciate your input that you think I'm an idiot, but like, it's like, who gives a shit? Like,
Man, like, okay, so JT and Mike, like Canadian Cards Mike, and then Garrett, they're always they'll mess with me sometimes. Like, they'll just randomly go back to a video from like 3 years ago and put some stupid comment on there. They do that stuff all the time to me. Like, it'll be something that, like, you know, has already happened, and they'll be like, see, you were totally wrong about this.
That's man wants to know, was that a BBC E wrapped box? Or was it the right cards?
there's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards in there.
Hey, it couldn't happen to a better person. So, too bad he didn't get stuck.
Dave, are they going in the box now? Well, these will go into the binders, and the rest will go into a box.
Better a box than the trash.
Hell of a break. Hell of a break.
Nice. Golf clap.
Well, I'll check that Digi out a little closer. It might be a CSG candidate. We'll see.
You might be able to pull like a CSG 7.5 out of it.
I haven't done that bad on my 80 stuff I sent to them. I've got a bunch of 9s.
They're probably so happy to take a break from grading 2021 Topps common rookies that they're probably like, oh, look at this. Damn, this guy
Vintage.
looks great.
Just vintage stuff here.
They go over to their boss. What's this? Never
Boss
seen
is probably
that before.
excited.
Yeah.
Do we have an 80s specialist? No, why would we?
I need somebody to research this for me before I grade it.
It's an extensive checklist.
Right. No doubt.
See you, Nats, man.
Buy the dip, Carlos says. Yeah.
There's your heart.
Buy the dip.
What's Dave breaking out now?
I'm gonna go my 80s rookie since I'm on that kick.
He's got the 91 Fleer and 90 Don Ross ready to go.
He's going to break down a 91 Fleer update set for us.
I remember I bought one of those sets for like $2 or something from this guy just to use them for like TTMs back like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah. I used to love as a kid, like some of those little box sets that would come out, like, baseball leaders or baseball's best all-stars.
Right.
They just come in the little boxes, like playing card boxes,
Toys R Us sets.
Yeah.
Toys R Us. Hold on.
Did y'all have any like Woolworths around y'all and stuff? Because that was the one that had it a lot. And then
I used to buy start lineups there back in like '89.
yeah, KB Toy Store.
KB Toys, I remember that set, yeah.
Yeah, I still have all those sets from when I was a kid. A lot of them.
I remember one of my favorites was the Fleer Sluggers versus Pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one.
I should go get those out. Do another box break. Where the fuck is it? Well, I got a graded Toys R Us card in here somewhere.
Come on, you're gonna get me comments on my video. Why are you grading this crap? You're the reason PSA's backlogged.
I get that all the time, and I'd laugh. I'm glad. Yes, it's me. Just me. I'm the only reason. It's just me. Yeah, Kmart sets. Yep. We also had a Nichols. They had sets in here too.
Yeah, most of the sets were all Fleer too. Fleer.
Yeah, a lot of them are for sure.
Any 80s rookies you want to see? Well, I have the box here. Anybody in the chat?
I'll see a
I'm
Strawberry.
trying to think of the most mediocre player I can think of that you might have in there.
I'll see a Daryl Strawberry.
Oh yeah, I got him. I just saw him too. Hold on. Those are all Griffin. Where's Strawberry at?
And if you have a Harold Landry, we probably
Well, mediocre player. I got Bob Ojeda.
Why did you grade that?
I did it.
I'm sending this in to get graded.
That one I went ahead and bought. Here you go.
Oh yeah, the top's traded.
Wasn't it like $100 card like a year ago? When everyone was losing their minds.
That card's still kind of not crazy pricey, but the 84, the Fleer was.
I mean, that's one of those cards that card was not cheap, like even back in the 80s though.
No, the 83 top straight was always pretty good.
Right. Yeah, that was like I know I couldn't afford that card when I was a kid.
See you, Destemit.
You just had to buy the Dodgers Daryl Strawberry.
Oh my gosh!
trading
Look who's
cards.
made a Look who's made it in here tonight.
Von Hayes. We'll see it.
Von Hayes.
I don't have Von Hayes.
Oh, I have one. I mean, not readily available, but
Yeah.
Starting lineup.
I used to like these.
I
The
think I
glossy
sent
sets.
I think I did SGC. I think I did his Topps rookie.
Yeah, I like the glasses.
I can't remember if I sent in Adonis or not.
Oh, here we go. Ooh, I had one in here. Toys R Us bonds.
Beautiful.
And now people are like, "What's Toys R Us? Do you have an Amazon rookie?"
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think of somebody that you wouldn't have. What about Dave Stewart?
I don't have them graded.
Yeah.
I got all his
Phillies
rookies on my other
right?
80
86
bucks.
tops.
Huh?
86.
82?
Yeah, he's like 82. Did he have
He's 82.
Cleveland?
Yeah, with the hockey
I'm just
stick.
thinking of the 86 Phillies card.
Yeah, here's the CSGs. I did sell a lot of 80s for my CSG stuff. Surprisingly did well on that. Way better than the modern shit I sent in. Which is
Stewart,
crazy.
his rookie, wasn't he on the Dodgers, his rookie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the chat, Mike. Did you see what Carlos put on there? Westgrove, that's a weird way of spelling Juan Soto.
Steve J.
Hershiser. I don't have any Hershiser graded. I got them all raw.
Bulldog.
Steve Jeltz.
Steve Jeltz. Jeez.
Come on. This is a serious conversation.
Steve Jeltz.
God, he sucked. Tommy Hurd.
No, not graded. Let me go get my raw box now. Fuck.
You got John Kruk?
He's like, I don't want you guys to think I don't have these.
Dude, I got all this stuff from the 80s. Hold on.
This has been one hell of a stream.
Fernando Valenzuela.
I do
Talking
have
a little
graded.
bit of tops, a little bit of baseball, turns into a PSA bashing session, morphs into 80s baseball, box break.
Yeah, 89 tops break. Now we're looking for Von Hayes rookies.
He's going to the way back in the closet. Like the Von Hayes.
Now, Von Hayes might be in the binders for my old stuff.
The utter disrespect. I got to kick Dave off air. How do I do this?
Oh, he's got a phone.
At least put his rookie in a top loader.
Okay, see this? I'm behind the thing. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Kmart
Stars
Smart.
of the decades.
He wasn't lying.
No.
I don't even remember that set.
I don't either. I think he had it specially made for him. If you have people watching this late in the playback,
I had to get my
Be
third
amazing.
box of 80s cards out of here. Hold on.
The potential watch time on that is just
Basically, what you're saying is this is all for free at this point. This is bonus footage.
Where's the 85s? Hold on the Hershisers.
You'll have to go back and check, and if the view time really spikes during this part, then you're gonna have to cut Dave a check.
Yeah.
I don't even know if this thing's monetized. It probably isn't. I'm not sure.
After they watch it, they'll probably be like, "No."
Channels deleted.
Right.
Here we go. Alvin Davis rookie.
Oh, Alvin, yeah.
There you go. Where's it? Hershiser? Hershiser Donruss. Damn it. I don't know if he got a Fleer.
Hershiser, yeah, he had a Fleer.
Did he have Fleer? Yeah, it's in here somewhere then. Here we go, random.
Oh, Tom Browning.
So, do you collect every rookie of the 80s?
I did, yes, actually.
Every card of the 80s, actually.
Have you
When
seen
you
the
brought up
spreadsheet?
Tom
We're gonna
Browning, I
send
was
him
like,
the
what
spreadsheet.
in the world?
CUMC,
Sent me,
man.
like the '90s spreadsheet. It was like 9,000 players. I was like, this is a little overwhelming.
Good God.
Pat Burrell made the list for the '90s.
Yeah.
You would have pulled out what last season was of tops. It'd have been like 75% of the checklist was rookie.
Who else we got here? Who we say earlier? Fernando?
Yeah, Fernando.
Yeah, let me find that guy. Hold on.
Can you imagine if Fernando came out in 2020? His card would be like $8,000. His super fractor would be like $10 million.
No shit.
Yeah. Top's traded.
Fernando Mania.
What's it? He's 82, right?
You're the wheel guy.
No, was he 81?
Is it 81? Yeah, maybe it is
I
81.
think it was like him and Mike Sosha. And
Yeah,
somebody
it's
else.
the future
Future Watch.
Stars.
Or, yeah, Future Stars, something like that.
Yeah, the here. And I got all these in perfect fit sleeves too. Yeah.
1980s rookie super collector.
Oh, yeah. See, there it is.
Get him and Sosha.
It's one of Wesker Griff's favorite managers of all time, Mike Sosha.
I bet.
I think he was on the Phillies list and he was talking shit on him. Like he's so bad.
What is the wheel guy story? Mike.
Ed's the wheel guy. He loves wheel guy.
He's telling you to tell a wheel guy story.
I have a funny feeling we're going to have another person on here in a minute. Last time you went away.
It's a possibility.
Oh, that's a good one there. The flare up date.
What grade is that?
8.
What's an 8 go for on that? I know that 10s are outrageous, right?
And I bought that one for. I bought that several years ago for probably 80. So it's probably 150. Now I'm assuming maybe 125. I don't know. It was probably 200 mid-COVID. I'm sure it's dropped now. Some better.
I'm gonna grab a graded card for you guys.
Going through the vault.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah, there it is.
Jose Canseco.
The card that made a movie. by baseball cards.
Where is...
You know, between this and that last that sale, I've definitely been sitting in front of this phone for like 4.5 hours.
Here's one that I bet you guys wouldn't guess.
Doc Holliday.
Doc Holliday.
Nice.
The good
Definitely not
guys
what
and-
I was expecting.
The good guys and bad guys set. 66 leaf.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. Like my dad loved that movie. So like when I saw this card one day, this was a couple of years ago, and I was like, I just have to get that. He loved that movie Tombstone.
Yeah, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah. So I was like, I gotta get the Doc Holliday.
Yeah, let's see what other iconic stuff I got in here. Of course, everybody's got to have the Griffey.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have a Griffey? Ed, you have a Griffey? Ed probably doesn't have one. Does he have one? Ed refuses to get a Mike Schmidt rookie.
I still need to get that too.
I want to get that as well. The Mike Schmidt rookie.
You like that, Scott?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite cards.
I got the 85 coming back in my order right now.
The Doc.
So I remember, hold on, let me pull the other card out. Hold on. I just had it a little bit ago. Where's the fuck is it?
Carlos giving you some direction. Some
I
help.
mean, there was no expectation for this live stream. This was kind of a spur of the moment. Let's pop on for 20 minutes.
Because I was sitting here going, did he just text me that? Because I thought maybe he texted me that like when you were doing the live sale. And I was like, no, it's just now.
And then I got in because I got blocked from the chat.
Yeah. I was like, oh shit, I feel bad that kicked it off.
Is that an 8?
They were selling these, and I think it was
That was
AT for $15. PSA 8 in 2015.
Man,
Deal of the day.
Yeah, I think so.
Did they even do that last year? At the,
I doubt it.
I don't think they did.
they're probably like, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, probably do that. Let's just sell full cases for like 40 grand.
No shit.
Yeah, no deals. Oh, Frank Viola.
So I bought, I mean, not this card because my cards are all fucked up or messed up, but
I mean, at that point, what's the point of correcting yourself? What's done is done.
I remember going to the LCS in like '89 and bought this card raw and then the Dwight Gooden 85 and spent like it was like $18. I was like, that's a good deal.
Good
Oh,
deal.
goodness.
Yeah, I'm not even drinking. This fuck did I again.
Maybe you need to be.
Maybe I should start drinking. That's just water.
Drinking beer, busting wax.
I know I should be. I need to make that shirt for the national.
You do. Been talking about it for like 3 years.
I know. Busting packs and drinking beer. I actually got a logo for it too. It's gonna look cool. Just gotta get it done.
I got a guy. He can get it done for you.
Are you going to make a Dave's Midlife Card Crisis t-shirt and then you can sew your patch on there?
No, we're gonna get a big gold chain.
Are you getting a
Welcome to it.
patch, or with the new commissioner's office, has the patch been discontinued?
No, he says on. I think it's been mailed. He mailed out this week, so I should have it next week. Right? Or I'm hoping it gets here before I go to Mexico, because I'm going to do a video.
What do you get with that in Mexico?
I'm just David's midlife card crisis coming at you. No, I want to get. I want
Gets
to
me into places.
Yeah. The hot rookie of this year.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt.
Now I wonder are the new Hall of Fame patches, are they like manufactured patches, or were they
Better
like
be the real
used-
deal. I don't know.
Were they like used during a break or anything? Or
Yeah, I'm the oddball out on this deal. Only one without a patch.
What's up?
Nate's in the house. Hold on.
Great. Now we're stuck here for another hour.
Here we go with the West Coast crew now.
Dude, if I just had this stuff in order, this would be so much easier.
Yeah, I say that a lot.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Whoa.
oh, there we go.
That's not the true rookie. Let's start the fight now.
What do I say?
You have the 87 true rookie.
So, like, when it comes to
It's
that,
going over here.
when it comes to that stuff, like, does that matter to you guys at all?
That one?
There it is.
Like the whole true rookie thing?
Not really, because if you're that particular, like for Wander Franco, which is, of course, is the big argument now,
Mhm.
it's like if you really care about his very first, like just buy the first Bowman.
Yeah.
Like, I get like it doesn't matter because everyone's going to recognize the tops. Like, that's just what's going to happen by the mass audience. So, like, the Bowman's Best thing, like, it's just, someone, I guess, goofed up technically, but at the same time, like, the backs of those cards are different. Like, there's player association logos on the major league guys, and all the guys that are prospects don't have. I don't know, but I don't have the energy to spend so much time worrying about it. Too much other stuff to do.
I mean, I've never really worried about it because most of my favorite cards aren't even really rookies anyway. They're not even supposed to be. So, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I guess, that collect, that's their thing, is they collect rookie cards. I guess it's like a big deal to some people, but yeah.
I mean, I collect rookie cards, but whatever the hobby that says it's the rookie, which will be this year's rookie card, will be the one I want.
Yeah.
I always think.
And I also like the prospect stuff, but I like to get the base of the first prospect card of him, but I don't really care about the stuff in the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's just me. I don't need, like we were talking about this not that long ago, but with
Who could this be?
talking about like Aaron Judge, right? So I just bought the 2013 Bowman Chrome. So I want that first prospect card, and I want his 2017 rookies. But I don't really care about, even as a Yankee fan, I don't really care about the stuff in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't collect that stuff. If I'm going to buy an Aaron Judge, that's not a rookie card or the first prospect, I'm going to get an autograph of him. So,
Soto Investor, are you here?
I'm here.
we'll get on camera, dude. This ain't 2014.
This is the Hangout, not the podcast.
I'm in podcast mode.
Ed's
that
upset.
means
He went
is-
to the card show today and couldn't find a single Juan Soto card. Not even a base card for a quarter.
It's true.
But
Not
did you
one
find
Juan
any?
Soto.
you find anybody in cool tracksuits?
No, there was actually no Pelican cases. They vanished. They were all gone.
Oh man.
Disappointing.
The show kind of sucked.
Because there's no Pelican cases, or
No wheel guy. No,
oh, God.
no regular deal. Dude, I'm concerned. Wheel guy hasn't been at the last like 4 shows.
Most people you
I'm
realize are
very
like, what
concerned.
the hell's he talking about?
And scary thing is I know what he's talking about. Okay. Yeah.
We talked about it on a video not that long ago.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
you
last
might
time
have
you saw
said
him,
the
he
hell
didn't
with the
have the
hobby.
wheel, right?
Wait, I'm gonna put some of these '80s rookies away. I think we're done for the night on those.
You got
I
a
would
Chuck
do
Finley
90.
rookie?
Yo, now that Dave's away and he can't hear us, that's total bullshit. He doesn't have a Von Hayes rookie slab. Total fucking
I feel like he
bullshit.
can still hear you.
I can hear everything you say.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of 80s collection is complete without a Von Hayes?
Von Purple Haze.
So there's still going to be Pelican cases at this Dallas show, right?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. I'm not
What
going.
about the National? Are you gonna have to wear a suit to attend again?
Fuck no. Mike, did you tell them about the dealer at the show today? The new dealer who had like all pretty much boom prices on all of his cards?
We did not really talk in depth about the show. Quite frankly, I forgot about that clown. But when we were talking about CSG, we should have mentioned the fact that he had low-graded CSG modern cards priced at PSA top of the
10
market,
comps, yeah.
Hobby Boom 2020 prices. But, you know, I'm sure he did no sales today. I mean, that's, you know, shit happens.
I feel like that's such a horrible feeling when you walk up to a dealer's table and you look at their showcase and then you even look in their quote unquote value box and you can't find one damn thing worth buying. It's just like this stuff is all like double, triple comps of what they're going for right now. It's just like I'm not gonna buy anything. Like
I
How
can't
are
believe you didn't.
how are
buy
you
the
gonna make
CSG
money?
8 Glaber Torres for $90, Ed. I was shocked. I thought you were going to jump right on that.
I'm pretty sure he had a Randy Arozarena 8.5 CSG for like $50.
Ooh.
Like with no subgrades. So you paid like $8 to get that graded. Like, does he think we're stupid?
Did you talk him down to 45?
No, just kept walking.
Randy Arozarena. He was probably one of the most heavily graded guys, I would guess, in the last year.
Up there with Gavin Lux and Lou Bob.
Oh, Gavin Lux, yeah.
Well, this is what I don't understand about Randy Arozarena. This is where, so his rookie card was 2 years ago, but this year he has a rookie cup all-star card. So last year he was neither rookie card nor cup card, right?
Well, I think the rookie cup is based on your rookie season, and it's just the rookies get voted. So sometimes it's weird because some guys like Franco will have it in his rookie card, and other guys will have it in his third-year card. Like, because Patrick Wisdom's been around for like half a decade, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a rookie cup card this year.
Is he?
I think he is. Let me look.
He was like in 2000.
He wasn't a rookie last year.
Bowman or something.
Like his rookie year was like 5 years ago. Or did he just finally get enough at bats this year?
Probably.
Patrick Wisdom, rookie cup.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say he was like in 2013 Bowman. Like his prospect cards.
Major League stats: 2018 Cardinals, 2019 Rangers, 2020 Cubs, 2021 Cubs. Damn, he hit 28 home runs last year. Jeez.
He was very hot for like 4
Trout
weeks.
Cup was 2013. Okay.
I only remember he was very hot for 4 weeks because I sent all my Patrick Wisdom stuff to JT, and I'm pretty sure he moved it all.
That was a good idea.
I think I put an auto of him in my Chrome box I bought in 2019, and I sold it for $2 or $3.
Hey, look, I found out how to do it without kicking someone out of the chat.
Hey, there
I'm
you
glad
go.
you tested it on Nate. Damn, didn't kick him out by accident.
Right.
Then we had to invite him on.
That's the thing. If you get kicked out of the chat, you get an auto invite. That's just the rules. I didn't make it up. That's just the rules. So did you buy anything at the show, Ed?
All value box stuff. I was debating on even doing a video. I probably
Come
will
on,
do a
Ed. You
video.
got to show the Colby Rasmus refractor you bought.
Like, I picked up a bunch of junk and some cool stuff for the binders. I'll probably do a video just to put a PSA out there for Wheel Guy because I'm very concerned now he's not been at the last 4 shows.
If anyone has seen Wheel Guy, please send my regards.
Dude's the best dealer in the biz. All jokes aside, though, I really think hard about it. Like, I've gotten so many incredible cards off that dude. I would say within like the last 3 to 4 years. I got a Juan Soto autograph off that guy for $50. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing them anymore.
I would say
You
so.
bought out all of his good inventory.
Ed, you looking forward to the Philly show?
That should be interesting.
When you can't even walk in because they have dealers all the way up the hallway. Cram in as many tables as possible.
Yeah, but the Philly show's been getting weird now because, like, I feel like it's more national dealers than local ones. Like, all the local ones I feel like are getting pushed out.
Yeah, because all your guys, your Tatis all-time great, your GOAT Tatis people are taking over.
I wonder whatever happened to that guy. Like,
He's probably broke right now.
I never saw him ever again. He like vanished out of the thin fucking air. Like, I never saw him again with his little Supreme shirt and Supreme hat. Like, he just disappeared. He never did a follow-up show, and I was looking for him. I'll never forget it. Encounter of a lifetime. A whole showcase filled with Ronald Acuna and Tatis.
Well, I tell you this: when you go to the next show and you see the what's his name, the cardboard investigator guy or whatever his name is, ask him about it to get him on the job.
Who, Andy?
I don't know. What, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about Andy.
Yeah,
the other Andy.
Yeah,
the guy that wouldn't go to the national.
No, he's going to go. I think he's going to go to AC.
Okay.
Ed was at odds with him over some pizza squabble. They were out fighting over pizza, but now they've become best of friends.
Okay.
Yeah, we hang out on the weekends.
Cool. Is that where you're at tonight?
Nah. Be kind of.
Who was playing tonight that you went to go see?
Nobody tonight. I'm supposed to go see maybe Tom Segura next Saturday, the comedian.
Mm-hmm.
No, nobody knows who he is.
I mean, I know who he is. Where's he playing?
He's playing the Parks.
Nothing. Oh, what the hell's today's date? 20th. Anyone know anything about like basketball or hockey? I got a free bet from the Super Bowl I got to use by the end of tomorrow.
I only know Karl Anthony Towns won the 3-point contest.
Are you gonna like make a bet for the All-Star game?
I don't know. Is that all that's going on now? I haven't paid
I mean,
attention. I
tomorrow.
literally haven't watched or looked at one sporting event since.
Yeah, the All-Star game's tomorrow.
Bet on Joel Embiid to be the MVP.
You could do some Olympics or something.
Dude, I didn't even know
fuck
the
that.
Olympics were going on until after the Super Bowl. They're like, oh, the Winter Olympics. I was like, I thought that shit was over.
If I had to pick an MVP just off the top of my head, I would say Ja Morant.
Doesn't the All-Star game go over every year, too?
Well, the over is like 322 points.
Holy shit.
I think.
What a joke.
Yeah, it is. It's something like that. It's something stupid. Like 322 is like the over.
Jesus Christ.
Bet on Embiid. Trust the process.
I say Ja, just because I think the All-Star game is like fit for him.
You didn't get
What's up?
What's up, Nate?
What's going
Hey,
on?
how's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm just chilling. Man, I haven't seen a lot of you guys in a while, so at least live on YouTube here. So good
It's
to hang out.
it's been a little while doing the live stuff.
Right on.
Nate, can we get a hot take on Bud Selig?
Yeah. Oh man. Well, you guys know how I feel about Bud Selig.
You're a big fan, right? Super collector.
Well,
Yeah, but here's the crazy shit, Nate. Actually, Bud Selig might be better than Manfred, as crazy as that might sound. Because Manfred, dude, he's been trash.
yeah. I don't know. I when the lockout started, I was just saying to myself, "There's no way that this is going to go on till February," and here we are, almost March. So who knows? I don't know.
What's the main holdup anyway on this?
Greed.
Money.
Money.
It seems like, to me, it seems like it's more of just an ego thing at this point. Like everybody wants what they want, you know. So I don't know. It's all the little details, like how long free agency, when a player can become a free agent, how long teams have control. I mean, it sounds like they took care of the DH issue, so I don't know. But
It's arbitration, like obviously
Service
money,
time.
free
Service time is
agency,
a big one.
service time, minor league
Exactly.
jobs, apparently, a whole bunch of stuff with the minor leagues.
yeah, it's crazy. So there's the 2013 Mike Trout Rookie Cup card.
Yeah, when you said it, I remembered it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, and it's not 2012, it's 2013.
Yep.
It's funny.
Yeah, it just threw me off when I saw that this year. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what? He was a rookie card 2 years ago. I knew he was a rookie last year, but just
Yeah, he
that
only in
happens.
2020, he only had like 25 or 75 at bats or something. He didn't play much. He played more
playoffs.
in the postseason.
Yeah, that's where he made his.
Yeah, and I think
crazy run.
I think you're technically a rookie until you've had 90 plate appearances or something
No, I
like
think
that, or
it's
95 plate
it used to be
appearances.
131 at bats or plate
It's
appearances
over
or
100.
something. Because I
think-
remember
Yeah.
Scott Rowland in '96 broke his hand literally on his last plate appearance before he would have not qualified the following year for Rookie of the Year. And then he ended up winning Rookie of the Year in the next year.
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I think they go by plate appearances and not at bats. I'm
Right.
pretty sure. But,
Yeah, I think a lot of the holdup, like Chris is saying down here, it's the minor league stuff, right?
I wish it would be, but I think it's more of the young players that start in the league. They want to boost them up by at least 145,000, the minimum pay. That seems like that and service time seems to be the two things.
Yeah, they say stuff about like competitive balance and stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't think the players care really.
No, they don't care. They care about the money.
It's just
Yeah,
like obviously
the
we know
rookies
the
are
owners are
minor
greedy
leaguers.
and billionaires. Like you don't want to hear them Like, I get it with the players, and some of them need more, but like, I don't need to hear like Max Scherzer, who just signed a 3-year, $120 million contract. Like, I don't need to hear him say anything. Like, I know he's a union rep or whatever, but it's like, dude, like I don't need to hear it.
I don't think. Yeah,
But
I
also think the annoying thing for me from the players is when I know they're trying to be united, but they go on their little campaign that's obviously orchestrated, and they all start tweeting the same shit with hashtags. I'm like, because I'm more, if I had to pick a side, like, I think the owners are more of the problem, but like at the same time, like, I don't want to see that crap, because I remember it was the same thing in 2020 when they were trying to get the season going. That stuff lasted. They did the same shit. Like, just figure
Hashtag
it
when
out.
and where. They did a
Well,
whole
hell,
campaign
just
about that.
sign a 1-year thing and then deal with it next year.
Yeah, yeah, I'm shocked that they haven't started. I didn't see this coming. Maybe I'm an optimist, but I didn't see this going into past February 1st, and we're well past that. So
I agree with you.
I mean, I always think about like 1998, and you know how baseball suffered from 94 till 98, and then it took like the steroid era to bring baseball out of it, and now baseball's kind of addressed that, and then here we are. Okay, well, we've addressed that. Now let's have another holdout or lockout or whatever, so
It sucks because the play last year was really good, and the playoffs last year were insanely exciting. Like, you had a whole new crop of teams in there. The Giants, nobody saw coming out of nowhere. Then the Braves kind of came out of nowhere in the playoffs with their momentum. And then you had the Astros. I mean, it was really solid, the pace of play last year in the games. And now you have this like huge dark cloud with the stupid lockout hanging over it.
Yeah, and I think the demographics who was watching baseball changed last year too, because I don't know. I just felt like more people, like a bigger demographic of people were watching baseball, especially in the postseason. It just seemed like it, like with all the younger players and names, and maybe it's part of it is sports card collecting. I don't know, but it just seemed like a bigger demographic of people were really, really into it.
Well, I think the players themselves are taking some of the NBA approach of if the league's not going to pump us up, we're going to pump ourselves up. You started seeing that with them doing their own, commercials that they're in and stuff. These younger players, they're trying to make a name for themselves in a future, maybe outside of the game one day. And MLB won't do it, so they got to do it. And I think you're right that it was a bigger demographic. Just more people in general were interested. I know at my work, non-baseball fans were interested in the playoffs last year and just what was going on. Just a lot of young, exciting players.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, yeah, because the MLB just doesn't, push their players at all. So the players are kind of doing it themselves, having fun. And I know, like today, the question on your live sale, Mike came up with like the shoe thing. Well, that's part of it. Is like you said, the shoe culture. Last year was the first year they let them have flashy shoes, and the players had fun with it. That's why they made the cards this year. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
They gave them a little bit of a leeway to have fun, other than the one day where they have whatever players weekend or whatever it's called.
Those dreadful uniforms.
Where they just pick,
I hate that shit so much.
It should be called, instead of like players weekend, it should be like industrial league, softball league weekend or something. Except uniforms look like.
There might be a few that are okay, but most of them are just so bad. I think I remember a few years ago. What was it? I don't remember if it's 2019 or 20. The Phillies were wearing like these black uniforms. I'm like, this is stupid. Like, why? What is this?
Right.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty bad ones.
I was like, you can't just let them wear whatever they want on their back. I don't care if it has some dopey nickname, but like the
Right.
black uniforms, like, this is atrocious. And then you got the one person on like Twitter or Facebook or something like, these uniforms are sick. I'm like, no, they're not.
Yeah. It's kind of like what that one year of NFL did the Thursday night rush, whatever.
The Seahawks things that they were wearing, those lime green things, like
Yeah,
those
all
are
the teeth with the,
atrocious.
oh my God. That was so bad. Anything to sell merch, I guess.
That's what it's all about.
That's right.
Didn't the Steelers have like a bumblebee like one year?
Yeah, that was bad.
Was that their throwback though?
No.
Like it looked more like a rugby jersey?
Yeah, that
No,
was
they
a throw.
looked like bumblebees.
It was throwback. That might have been their uniform in like the beginning of when they first came out.
Yeah, with the leather helmet.
Yeah, if you're gonna go retro in the NFL, that's what they should do. No pads and wear leather helmets. See what happens.
Oh man,
No
you
face
better
mask.
you better have a bunch of ambulances ready to go.
You'd see some people die probably. Is what
No,
you'd see.
no more 17-game seasons after that.
No doubt. No more 7-game seasons.
Probably no more seasons at all.
Maybe they'll do that in baseball too. Have some back in the days of like the Babe Ruth gloves,
Right.
or even before when they didn't use gloves in their late 1800s.
No helmet. You just wear your hat when you bat.
Get a guy throwing the ball 104 miles an hour with no helmet on, and then the guy hitting a line drive at the guy with no glove on.
I was having a conversation earlier today with Eric, and we were talking about like, what if you took Babe Ruth in his prime, like June 1922, and put him in a lineup right now in his prime, would he even make a big league roster?
No. I don't think so.
Not
I
with
mean,
the 1922.
Oh, no, he could now. Ruth, now in my scenario, I was like, okay, Babe Ruth could use whatever equipment he wants. He could use his 44 ounce bat or whatever size bat he was using, or he could use today's bat, but he'd be playing in today's game. Could he even make a big league roster?
I don't think so.
Listen,
Unless he was raised and got
Listen,
because I don't think he
nutrition
could make
and worked out and all that, then it's a different story.
if shit ballers like Carter Keyboom, Roman Quinn, and Andrew Knapp can make the major league roster, I'm sure Babe Ruth in this day and age can make the big league roster.
Well, here's the thing. I think he could, but it would take him probably about a year of acclimating to today's pitching
That's
before
what
he could make a big league roster. I think if you were to put him with
You
the
couldn't play the
pitching that he
outfield.
was used to and put him in a baseball game right now when he was in his prime, I don't think he could do it because it's just so different.
Mm.
I mean, like the fastest pitcher he faced would have been Walter Johnson, who threw, I think they figured it out at 91 miles an hour. And Eric, he played high school ball. He said he faced guys throwing 97 when he was in high school. And that was faster than anything, the big leaguers were playing, facing back in the 1920s. So it would be interesting. It would be fascinating if you could do it. It would be absolutely fascinating.
Now,
These are the things I think about sometimes.
would Babe Ruth have his same lifestyle as he did for then?
I'm talking about Ruth as he was in his, 100 years ago, a season 100 years ago. Ruth as he was then, plop him into a big league roster right now. Could he actually make the team? Change nothing, except he could choose whatever bat he wants to use. Of course, I don't know.
I think you have more of a problem playing in the field than he would hitting. I think he would adjust to hitting if you gave him a year, like you said.
Yeah, I'm in a year. I know he could do it, but it would just be interesting.
I think he would adjust better than other players, other contemporaries.
Yeah, he's just raw on talent.
Yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, like when Ruth was playing, more of the power was coming from him than like in the modern day player where a lot of the power is coming from the pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that is because he was facing a slower pitch. He could use a heavier bat and take like 3 steps before he swung the bat.
Right.
You know, the shuffle step and all that. I mean, so it's just such a different game. It's interesting how much it's changed. But
It's fun too to think about like kind of the opposite. Like if you took like whoever you would consider the worst hitter in Major League Baseball right now, and you put him as he is back then, I mean, he'd probably be the best player in the league.
yeah, I mean, it would be interesting because think of how many base hits there were on, you know, balls that would be fielded now, bad hops because of the field conditions. But then, you know,
I
you
mean,
might like,
yeah, the way they scout and stuff too. Because I would always say that with Ryan Howard, like back at a certain point, once they started shifting and stuff, I'm like, dude, if he played like 20, 30 years before, he would have hit like 320.
Yeah, exactly.
He lost so many hits to the shift. I mean, I guess he could have adjusted, but he's obviously trying to hit home runs.
But if you went from today's game where you're used to seeing all these guys throwing 100, and you go back then, and the fastest guy's throwing like 90, I mean, you're going to clean up, right?
yeah, but here's the thing though. I mean, imagine like a player now going back to like 1922 and he absolutely squares up on a ball, crushes it, and it goes 180 feet, right? Because
Yeah,
they're
that
playing
ball.
with like a ball that's just completely destroyed, been bashed, like, you know, been in the game for 4 innings.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, I mean, it's just, I agree with you. Probably a scrub from today would be the best player on a team 100 years ago, but still, it would be funny to see the reaction.
Well, especially
Man, I
guys
killed that
like
ball.
Ty Cobb and stuff, Honus Wagner. Like you see pictures of them when they're 31 and they look like they're like 65. So I mean,
Yeah.
That is true. When you look at those old tobacco cards and
they're probably
man, yeah,
smoking
they look
since they were 7
old.
years old. Like,
Yeah,
couldn't have been the best condition.
yeah,
And that would be the thing too. Like you take somebody that's in really good physical condition now with all the training they do, and you put them during that time period. Man, just think about how much of an advantage they would have.
They'd steal like 400 bases. They just keep running around.
Yeah.
yeah.
They'd be the
I mean,
best at
obviously,
everything.
athletics always evolve like that. I mean, you take any sport and somebody that would have been absolutely dominant in their era wouldn't even qualify to be a professional, and you know, fast forward X amount of years. So
Yeah, it's the same, I think, in all the sports, really.
yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine Mickey Mantle in the age of social media?
Oh,
Dude would
it
be
ate him more than Bonds.
he would be like the Johnny Manziel of baseball.
Oh man, yeah.
That's true.
Ed always has to get a shot in on Mickey Mantle.
It's true though. I ain't pulling that out of my ass.
I love the movie 61 when Whitey Ford's always trying to cover up for him.
That's a great movie.
He's like
Yeah.
paying off like restaurant or don't tell anyone, or sneaking him in the hotel.
It's because
Yeah.
Whitey Ford is like the Hall of Famer of the bro code.
Yeah, who knows what went on, but probably a lot more went on than even that movie led on to for us to believe.
Probably right about that.
Yeah, I always think about how great Mantle would have been had he like taken care of himself. And also the sprinkler in the what was it, the 1951 World Series where he messed his knee up. Had that not happened, who knows what he could have been.
Or if he lived in today's world and they could have just fixed his knee properly.
Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Well, back then I'm hurt. Cool. Here's a bottle of liquor, and that'll fix it. Get out there and play.
Yeah, Ty Cobb would be fun in social media too.
You know, I bet you players like Ty Cobb He'll hit for a good average in today's game. I just have a hunch. Because he was a contact kind of guy. So
My favorite part of that movie about Cobb was they were asking him about Babe Ruth, and he was just going off on Ruth, and they're like, "Don't you have anything nice to say about him?" And he thinks about it for a minute. He's like, "Well, he ran okay for a fat man."
Holy shit! When we went to the Baseball Hall of Fame, they had a bunch of pictures of Babe Ruth, like I guess in his prime, and he was not fat. He was like pretty lean by today's standards. Like there was one picture of him where he just looked built, like he was built like a NFL lineman. I'm like, this dude looks lean as hell. He's definitely not like pudgy.
yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I always like pictured Babe Ruth as this big dude, and so I've seen images of him, like on those contemporary cards that have like he's not that big. I mean, but yeah, that's true.
He was big for his time, though, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's those baggy uniforms that made him look bigger than he actually was. Who knows? I don't know.
They have like a big picture of him on the. Well, obviously, there's pictures of him all over the Hall of Fame, but there's one picture in particular. He looks like he's like built as hell. I'm like, dude, he looks like all muscle in this photo. Like, what the hell?
No Juan Soto, though.
No, they need to put a bunch of pictures of Juan Soto up in the Hall of Fame. Man who saved baseball.
A lot of people like Soto, I gotta say.
You don't say.
Yeah, man. I like Soto. I got to see him play it in San Francisco right before the All-Star break last year. And he didn't have the greatest game, but it was fun to watch him. So I think he struck out twice, actually. And then he hit a single and stole second. So he did okay.
Well, if we get baseball this year, he's probably going to break the walk record. I mean, he might challenge Bonds for like most walks in the season.
You know what you know how many walks Bonds had?
Didn't he have like 220 or something ridiculous?
I'm sure it's something ridiculous. I don't know offhand.
Like 232 walks.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Bonds one season, listen to this. I think it was 2004. Bonds had an on-base percentage of 609.
Stupid.
609.
Well, that to me makes it amazing as home runs with how many walks he had.
Yeah, well, that season
play.
He only hit like 46 homers, but he got walked 232 times, and he had an on-base percentage of 609.
He only hit.
So if had they actually pitched to him, he probably would have had 70 home runs again. But he didn't get the at bats because he kept walking.
But his average was high that year too, wasn't it?
What was that?
The year after he hit all those home runs, his batting average was like super high too that year.
Oh yeah, he had a few big batting average seasons. There was one season where he had 46 home runs. I think it was 46 home runs and 42 strikeouts. So
when I think of
had
Barry
more
Bonds
home
at
runs
this
than
point,
strikeouts.
I don't even remember Barry Bonds, the player. I just remember Barry Bonds, the Marlins hitting coach.
Yeah, that's too bad for you, Mike.
That did not last.
I remember when Bonds was playing, after that 2001 season, if anybody was ever on base, first base open, any base runner, they would just walk him. I would get pissed off when he would come to bat with a runner on because I knew they were just going to walk him. Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he'd see like one pitch a game, one pitch a game, not one pitch and at bat, one pitch a game.
Like age wise,
I think it
40?
was 42.
42.
but then he got blackballed after that.
Yeah, I was
so.
gonna say he
Yes,
should have been
that-
a DH somewhere at the very least.
That is
Oh, yeah.
without question. He, without a doubt, got blacklisted. There was
Yeah.
some collusion there for him not to
Yeah.
be a DH.
He sued Major League Baseball, but he lost. He couldn't prove it. But I mean, there's no way his last season, he had his WAR was well above average. So
I don't have Nate. You would know this. How many years did it take for him to retire though? After, because he did not retire right away. He kept trying to come back as a DH, but nobody would give him an opportunity.
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he just kept saying I'm not retired, but he never actually said that he was not retired. He just said that doesn't make sense what I just said. I think what I'm saying is he said he never announced his retirement, but I think he knew it was over. Let's just put it that way. And he just kind of throw it out there. Hey, look, I still want to play. That's kind of how it happened. It was not. He didn't go out on his terms. That's for sure.
Well, did you hear there was like a rumor going around after the Hall of Fame that the Giants were gonna, since they got the DH, they were gonna like re-sign him for like a couple days. Did you hear about this?
No, but you know what? I bet you $1 million if put on an MLB uniform right now, he could still hit. Because a lot of people don't realize this about him, but he is an avid cyclist. And he rides his bike probably about 50 miles a day at minimum. I mean, and the guy is in absolute ripped shape. I mean, he's in like, he looks like he could put on a uniform and go out there and play right now. So his knee is all better, obviously now too, from all the cycling. But that would be interesting. I never heard that rumor, but that would be.
Yeah, I heard that
awesome.
one.
It was all over Twitter. Apparently, the Giants were going to sign him, have him play like one game, and then he was going to retire again and reset his Hall of Fame eligibility.
That would be absolutely fantastic if that were to happen.
Satchel Paige came back at like 55 or something.
I think he was like 61 or 60 or something, and he pitched 3 innings.
Yeah, I don't think he gave up a run either.
No, he gave up 1 hit in 3 innings, and he was in his 60s.
Yeah, I think
he was way up there.
There was some confusion as to how old he actually was, right?
That I don't know.
Like
I don't
just in
know
general.
I don't know the answer to that. But, yeah, who did he pitch for?
Didn't Minnie Minoso do the same thing to play in another decade?
Yes,
like
I think he
or
did.
Something?
Yeah, I think he did, because he played in like 4 different decades.
We're due for that again, then. So bring Barry back.
Hell yeah, bring him back. That would be unbelievably awesome, man. That would make my year.
Yeah, I would love to bring him and Clemens back, and then reset it and just be on that ballot for another 10 years, just to piss the riders off more.
I bet you $1 million if Bond stepped up to the plate, he would give a good at bat. I mean, I'm not saying
the Marlins can sign some of these guys. Some people show up to their games at least once, or Tampa Bay.
That would be fun to see that, man. Yeah, I mean, a couple of my friends reach out to me like, "Oh man, you think Pujols will sign with the Cardinals?" And I'm like, I think the only reason why Pujols would want to play at this point would be to get the 700 home runs. And if I'm correct, I think he's 21 shy. And I don't know that the Cardinals would want to sacrifice that many plate appearances for him to get the 21 homers, if he could even hit that many at this point. So I can't see him going to the Cardinals.
What he hit last year?
I think he hit like 18 or 19 home runs, but he did have like 1 month between the Angels and the Dodgers where he wasn't on a team. I'm not sure how long it was, but it was a little while. So, but his WAR was like, he had a negative WAR last year. So his actual career WAR dropped below 100 because he played last year, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, he needs to be done.
Yeah.
Just call it.
Yeah, his career batting average, I think, dropped below 300, and his career WAR dropped under 100, even though he hit like 18, 19 home runs, you know. But it's because relative to the position he was playing as a hitter is why his WAR is so low. But
How y'all feel about Buster out there, Posey?
well, he had such an unbelievable 2021 season.
Mm-hmm.
It was so much fun to see him play. He looked refreshed. And when he announced his retirement, I was disappointed but not surprised.
Right.
Because it took him, well, I mean, he didn't play in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, he had hip surgery a couple of years before that. So the previous 2 years in 2018 and 2019, he didn't really play that well because, you know, he's recovered. I mean, he just never really recovered from the hip surgery properly. And it took him 2 years off or a year and a half off or whatever. And he was like super fresh. And then towards the end of the season, you could see him kind of slowing down. His
Mm-hmm.
bat was dragging a little bit. His power was gone. And then I think, you know, he adopted a couple of twins, and
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't surprised, but I was disappointed. I wanted to see him play maybe 1 or 2 more seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so good with the pitching staff. I mean, he just makes every pitcher that much better.
I know he didn't want to play another position, and I was kind of wondering if they were trying to push you more to first base or DH.
Yeah, there would be no reason for Posey to play first base or DH because I think his body's just worn out, you know.
Right.
So it wouldn't matter. Like offensively, I don't think it would justify him playing that position. I don't think his offense production would be like better than Belt at first base. I mean, his value was as a catcher, and it wasn't just his ability to defensively play, but the confidence he gave the pitching staff, his, you know, and then them being able to like throw wherever they want, you know, not worrying about him misplaying a ball in the dirt, and then framing pitches. They might go out of the strike zone a little. He's able to bring it back in and get you know, sneak in a strike here and there, and just like the communication, everything. I mean, just you can't put a price on that for a catcher. Like when you look at Joey Bart, I remember when he was playing in 2020, you know, because Posey wasn't playing. That guy looked like, I mean, he looked so clunky behind the plate, and you could tell the pitchers weren't comfortable throwing to him. They didn't want to throw what they wanted to throw. They wanted to throw what Bart could handle, and I mean, just the difference. It's night and day, man. I'm just telling you. When you've been watching a player like Posey play catcher for as long as he did, and then you see someone else play catcher, you appreciate how good someone like Posey was as a defensive catcher. Let's just put it that way.
I played catcher for a number of years, so I love watching catchers. And he's always one of my favorite. And my nephew played catcher and imitated him, so
that's awesome.
Yeah, so his first major league game I took him to was the Nationals Giants in Washington, and we sat behind the dugout so he can watch him play up close. And so we'll watch Matt Cain pitch, and it was a good game.
Oh man, yeah. That sounds like a great memory for you and your nephew.
yeah, we all went, and it was a good time.
Right,
I love some Posey. So
yeah, man.
I know we were all heartbroken, but I knew it was coming. So.
Yeah. He loves his twins. You know, he's got these young twins, so. A good dude. I could see him managing at some point. I mean,
yeah, that's kind of the way I feel too. But if you don't have to, you know, I don't know if he's got the love like that.
We'll see. You never know.
I mean, the modern day players nowadays don't need the job to manage, so it'll be interesting to see how many of them do that type of stuff. Specifically, star players who clearly make plenty of money. Like back in like the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, these guys need it to keep working.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it would be for the love of the game more than
Right.
because you need the money.
Yeah. But
And
it's just
catchers seem to
it's
be
a
always
big, it's a big
managed.
effort to put in.
They got to know everything.
Speaking of managers, you ever think that a owner will ever become a manager like Cornelius Mack was? Probably no.
Probably not.
That is a great question, and I could never, ever in a million years seeing that happen now.
Maybe in football, Jerry Jones go
Yeah, I was gonna say,
fire Mike
Yeah.
McCarthy and just go down there and start calling plays.
at least manage the clock at the end of the game.
I love your usage of Connie Mack, Cornelius Mack.
Yes.
Very-
I was hoping.
Nice touch there, Ed.
Yeah.
I did that at the Baseball Hall of Fame, and I had a group of people staring at me when we were looking
Yeah.
at the Connie Mack thing. I'm like,
I'm
oh,
surprised
look,
they
my
didn't throw
coach,
Ed's ass
Cornelius.
out of the Hall of Fame. The amount of instigating he was doing, trying to rile people up, telling
Can't
people their
believe
favorite
that.
Hall of Famers weren't that good, that old players stink, new players is where it's at. Juan
Oh,
Soto,
that-
they should rename this place the Juan Soto Museum. It was out
That
of
doesn't
control.
sound like Ed at all.
I can't believe it.
Oh man. Yeah, I need to get that. What was Soto's first card in a pack with a rookie card logo? Was it that
It's the archives.
Archives or something? Yeah, I got to
Yeah.
get that card, man. That's a great card because that's that 59 look. And
It's
anybody
used-
that
I mean, I haven't looked at it lately, but it never used to be that expensive.
Yeah.
what is it
That
sell
one's
for
still
now?
pretty cheap.
What do they go for?
PSA 9, I think you can pick up for like $40 still.
So
Okay.
roll's probably not too bad then.
Oh yeah. Whenever I ask what cards sell for, I'm always thinking in raw form.
I feel like that one, even though it's the first one, is least popular because of the facsimile autograph on there.
Oh, yeah. But 59 tops, they had those facsimile autos, so got to
It's a
roll
cool
with
card, though. Hey, it's
Yeah.
a rookie year. I mean, it's a rookie card.
it. Yeah, yeah.
All right, fellas, I think I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, I'm about to pass out too, man.
Oh, I've been exhausted for the last 3.5. So
It's fun though, guys.
We're only going to be on here for 10 minutes.
well, I didn't know if I believed that, but I was thinking 30 minutes to 60.
Impossible.
Yeah.
You can't be more exhausted than when
Yep.
you did that one PSA reveal.
Gary, what?
Falling asleep. I remember. I
dedicated to
I remember-
showcasing those cards.
I remember talking to Snoop on the phone one time and he fell asleep. So it happens. It's like, oh, Nate, I fell asleep. I'm like, okay, all right, maybe we had to get off the phone then.
Jeez.
Hey, we hit the 4-hour mark, so not too bad.
Carlos would be proud.
Yep. I think
Is he
he's
still on here?
He's probably listening. We're watching.
All right. Well, if we're gonna sign off, I'm gonna show a random card here because I just happen to have a box of
How
cards.
random will it be? It can't be more random than Dave's 80s rookies.
Here we go.
Juan
Speaking
Soto.
of Dave's midlife card crisis, this one's for you.
Oh,
Nice.
Ooh.
yeah. Very
Yeah,
nice.
a random card in my box.
Hey, I'm a Mets fan too.
Yeah, because I got the regular.
wow.
Nice. Very good, boys.
Yeah. So I'll go out with that one.
Very nice.
Darryl Strawberry, man, that guy had the best softball swing ever. I used to love watching him in the 80s.
That's softball. That's great.
Oh, there we go. Damn. Oh, there's some 97 Topps Chrome refractor. I know
Yankee
Andy likes
shine.
that. I'm a blind Andy with my refractor.
That's beautiful, man.
That's some
Uh,
Starberry.
And now we're showing some strawberries. Let's get to hour 5.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. But all right, fellas, I'm out though.
All right.
Dave.
Yeah.
See you, Dave.
See ya.
Yeah.
And then there were 4. Soon there'll be 3, and then there'll be 2, and then there'll be none.
All right, guys. I'll let you guys get some sleep. I know you're 3 hours ahead of me.
3 hours ahead. Oh, damn.
I'm only 2
2:08
hours.
a.m.
I'm only 2 hours, so
2 hours, 3 hours. I'm over here on the West Coast, so
yeah.
It's
I'm
nice
in
and
Iowa,
early for you,
so
Nate.
Iowa. Okay.
for right now.
Right
Hopefully
on.
be in Carolina here in a couple weeks. So
There you go.
warm.
All right, Nate, we got to catch up one of these days.
I know, man. I've been thinking about giving you a call, but man, I just haven't. So no excuse for it. I'll give you a call though.
One of these days we'll catch up. We'll do another collab or something. Thanks for popping on.
Absolutely. Thanks for the link. All right, guys.
Have a
See
good
you,
one,
Nate.
Nate.
Good night.
See ya.